Name that.
Yeah, I burped in the middle.
Probably overdue for an exam.
Okay.
We are live!
Whoa!
Do we have to?
Hello?
Do we have to?
Mr. Obama?
What do you mean, do we have to be?
I need a nap.
No,
Tired.
I need a nap. You all can...
I need a nap.
I need another drink.
I need a nap because someone woke me up in the middle of my sleep.
There was a noise, okay? It was scary. It was like an awful grindy sound under my car.
Listen, she already can't drive on your driveway properly.
Did you hit the house again?
Did you hit the house again?
No!
What a question.
Again, like, well, the fourth time.
Jeez.
It would be the third.
It would be the third time.
She's
yeah.
hit 2 separate houses.
I've only hit this one once.
Yeah, we still gotta fix that spigot.
Yeah, we do. And that's gonna be one of my first summer projects is getting that spigot fixed and
The trees in your backyard?
Are you actually going to do battle with the raspberry canes this year?
yeah, if we're gonna do that we gotta do it soon.
Does that battle involve
See,
a flamethrower?
You say we.
I say we
That's
I'm
what we
being
said
voluntold.
last year, and that didn't happen.
because Jake has found a suitable trading of labor for helping with the raspberry canes. I have to come help him and Katie expand their garden. You motherfucker! God damn it, Ninda's getting out of expanding the garden.
Clearly this was planned.
All to
The
escape
actual
the
reason
garden.
for moving is
Oh,
to
I need
escape
my-
the garden.
And it's not expanding the garden, it's expanding Wonder's play place.
That's fair. That's
A
a
noble.
yeah, a noble pursuit.
Yeah,
Are you doing some gravel with that?
In there?
Uh-huh.
No, I hadn't
I just
thought about
noticed that he
Are you going
flattened it
upstairs?
down really
Are you
bad.
going upstairs?
And that's
No,
why
it's
a lot of
just over
kennels
there.
use gravel, and then you can hose it off.
Oh, yeah. Hadn't thought about that.
I just
We'll,
need-
we'll talk about it more later,
Okay,
because
yeah.
Barbecue sauce.
Yeah, we
stream-
definitely have barbecue sauce.
stream cord is working.
That I do.
There's
Oh
so
yes,
much
we are
happening.
live with 7 Days to Die.
Oh,
Did I not?
that's not quite
We
right.
are live with 7 Days to Die.
That is not what I meant!
A classic flavor in my hookah bowl this evening.
Peach.
Peach ornament.
Double peach!
No, that's what's in Andrew's.
Okay, there, I updated it.
Oh no.
I wonder.
Do I need to edit the... No,
I'm
I can't.
curious about something now.
Yeah.
Discord won't let me edit other people's messages, so I can't edit the
7
boss
Days to
messages.
Die looks a lot different than it did the other night.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
we're about to start our D&D 7 Days to Die. I'm going to murder box.
No!
Okay.
No!
You know what I learned?
Babushka.
Wow, thanks, Nick.
That
You're
you
welcome.
can look like a grandma?
Are you grandmother
It's
beetroot?
perfect.
Micah, you look like grandmother beetroot. Like the Tumblr post that I showed you.
I am a
best
good
hum-
person to do that with.
Probably my
Oh my
favorite.
God.
Probably my favorite Tumblr post.
The graphics for 7 Days to Die got
Micah's
better.
face.
Oh!
Your face on the thumbnail for the file.
Oh!
Alright. Wow.
Oh,
So,
dear.
what, not enough?
Do
I
you
made
want
an
some
error.
food?
That was
with
a
this?
lot.
Is that too much even for you?
It is not a frosty.
I didn't do what I originally got up to do.
Which was grab your character sheet?
Grab all my stuff.
That is going to be a salty lad to bear.
Yes.
It's
I'm not mad about it.
a salty surprise.
Shut up.
I had a D&D character at one point, and that's what he specialized in.
Salty surprises?
He was a massage therapist at a brothel.
Oh.
I don't think I've heard of this.
Was
Before.
that Yes's game?
I don't think I want to know more.
It was for the Dragon Age game.
Yeah, that was Yes's game.
Yeah, it was Yes's.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
I'm always worried.
I hope the
That's my
Tuesday- I hope
secret.
the Tuesday crew is ready for Kata to hit on them at any given moment.
Oh, you're playing Kata?
Uh-huh.
Careful, 2 of the characters are dating each other.
And? It's Kata.
For some reason, every time I roll up an NPC that encounters the party, I always do the D10s for everyone in the party to see if anyone's attracted to anyone in the party. And for some reason, every time it comes out to the big burly cleric guy, he gets like a 9 or 10.
Oh.
Everyone else gets like sub 5s.
Got it. You
But-
gotta type.
It is a big burly cleric guy. It's probably Cairn.
No, he's more like
It's Jasher.
he's closer to like a cleric ox than Karen. Yeah. Like he actually wears like the full length trench coat and the hat.
Call him
Cleric
Fox.
Ox feels like
Blasphemy.
A crime
he's
against...
like white mage Dorian.
Kata's daddy.
Oh my god, it was
No, don't use that phrasing!
Mag's daddy. Kata in my mind going,
Bold of you to assume that Max would call anybody daddy.
Erica.
probably the fuck with her daughter.
Erica, the problem I had with your original statement was not the name.
Yeah, I almost fucked up and said Katie.
Full length trench coat and a hat, huh? Typical. Melody's starting to learn that you have a type.
No, Katie's on it.
I didn't make this character.
You know what?
You just rolled to see who you were attracted to, and you let luck determine
No,
it.
the NPCs, not me.
It's the dice. The dice are attracted
We
to
believe
Jasher.
you.
Roll 20 is.
Roll 20.
Roll 20. Says
It's really fucking me up because the previous D&D game I ran, I had a character in it named Asher, who was also a grave cleric. So I've had Asher and Jasher.
Eamon and Simone. Those names always fuck me up too. And then their familiars are Amir and Lamir.
Yeah, at least do an Italian and Italian.
Nah, like
I was
Yuki and
like-
Yaki.
I mean, yeah. I was like, when I actually looked at the names, I was like, I made a mistake.
Wasn't it in the Yas's game we had Taurus and Taris?
Oh no.
You want to talk about names
And they were
that
both
were a
elves.
mistake.
Faerun.
You're just so close.
Faerun.
Oh yeah, Farron.
Fairmere.
Which
I did that and then didn't realize what.
titties? Never in character have I ever.
He's sitting there going, Dad?
Your son is watching the television and it is adorable.
Oh, who's a good boy wonder? Yes, my dog watches TV.
Well, Dad's on.
Dad is tiny and in the weird screen.
Dad doesn't care if I bark. I can chew on every box and Dad won't even yell.
Wonder, speak.
Oh no.
Katie's gonna kill you.
Katie's gonna drive.
That's why she wants to expand the garden. She wants a place to bury
Did
the
you
body.
dig?
Did you dig?
All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us tonight. Welcome to the Sandy Hydra Tavern. I'm your tavern keeper for tonight, Jacob.
Yep.
As opposed to last week when it was Jakob.
I'm just. Hi, I'm Darlaxel.
There you go.
Oh,
Takes a nap.
just leaves.
I did.
I'm going to pretend and fake DMing from back here.
No.
Do you
Can we
wanna
get a puppet at the bar? You can just ventriloquist it from the back there.
I would really like to do a puppet one shot.
I will not.
I would really like to do a puppet one shot.
I'll do a puppet one shot with you.
When you told him to speak, he turned his head like, oh, what? Yeah, buddy, speak! Speak!
Sneeze for him.
Also, I think my camera's already crooked.
It wasn't me. I haven't
It was me.
moved. I haven't moved.
Well, it's
Did it get fixed from when
tilted. I don't know how to fix that right now.
The
I don't
camera's
care
dry.
enough. It's good enough. We're fine. This is D&D. Nothing ever goes according to plan.
You're
No,
also
this is
not
Nerdlepedia.
centered.
Do not.
He's also reacting positively to TT's voice.
Oh, oh, good bun.
I got to love on the biggest, loviest pit at Pruse's. I just saw him and looked at his dad
There
and was
we
like,
go. Much
please,
better.
is
You're
he
centered now."
friendly? May I? And he was like, by all means. I was like, yes, I love you.
All right.
The biggest head.
So, last time on the Sandy Hydra. Well, last time in the Festival of Holy Water. Wow. Why am I blanking on what happened?
Well, we rode horses. It was unnatural.
Oh, right.
Tavern didn't like it at all.
Wild magic happened.
Wild magic also happened.
We went shopping.
Yeah, the only person who get mildly traumatized by riding a domestic horse.
No, probably. That's probably more common than you expect.
Probably,
In
yeah.
a different manner.
Yeah, I don't think people get traumatized by the words of a domesticated
I
animal.
don't know. Trail horses are mildly traumatizing for me as somebody that rides horses.
I don't really know how to ride not trail horses. I would like to learn, no.
I don't know how to ride a horse.
You've never
But I
been
can
on a
whistle with
horse.
my
Yeah, sweet,
fingers.
anyways, I spilled a bunch of sugar down here the other
I
day.
did find out, I think
Yeah,
it's
we-
Jenna that's got horses
Okay.
out of the
Oh,
Toto
right.
fan.
Who does not have an inspiration die?
Yes.
Because I have
one.
Ooh, it's very pretty.
I have 2 inspiration dice, and
I think I'm gonna have to grab a different one. I can't
don't-
actually.
I think that
oh,
Erica's the
hold
only one
on.
that used one.
Yeah, I used one to try and get out of not
No, I
being...
can't see that very well. The pen.
I've got mine.
I have mine.
I don't have one. So it's me. because
Well,
I-
did she have 6?
yes.
So we would have the one spare.
Yeah. No,
So it
that's
was
what I
only
know.
me that... Yeah, it was only me that rolled, and it was on wild magic. That thankfully
Do I roll?
Farron cared.
Oh, actually, you did turn the camera a little too far.
Did I?
Yeah, because this mug's... fine, whatever. I don't
Is there a
care.
baby back there?
Alright. So yes, last time the party enjoyed some of the festival, and
Okay, actually.
they also learned a few things. For instance, Myth and Farron met Hilda Brandy, the 14th. Yeah. Who has some missing ale that he would like you all to.
I thought it was missing Brandy.
No, that's his family business. Hilda Brandy.
Oh.
It was some missing alcohol, yeah.
Yes.
Missing booze. Got it.
And then you guys also received word that there's some hints about.
I know the moment I start moving, she's gonna be
Wow.
Bye.
It was the Drunken Moon Tavern.
Yeah, and tried to get a talisman to get Farron fucked up.
Also, I believe there was information there.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
you
about
guys
the-
were looking for.
Uh-huh. But we also don't have any healthy coping mechanisms between us and this party, so we're gonna get him drunk.
What's a healthy coping mechanism?
Exactly.
It's a legend I read about.
Okay.
Long ago in a distant land.
Man, it's been a minute since I've watched that show. I should hunt it down and watch some of it again.
Watch
I remember it being a
Samurai
wild
Jack.
time.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best shows. in
My mom
opinion.
loved the fuck out of Samurai Jack. She thought it was so cool.
The Scotsman is one of my favorite characters.
My
Of course
mom
it is.
also loved the fuck out of X-Men and Gargoyles.
Well, that's because they didn't need to make every gargoyle sexy, but they did.
My mom had like the biggest crush on Goliath. It
Every
was super
single
funny.
one of them.
We really talking about
Nice.
sexy gargoyles right now?
Yes, always.
I'm sorry, this came up recently in the house.
It did.
Oh.
Like, Goliath exists, and so
Yeah.
does Brooklyn, and so does Demona.
Now, I can't...
Angela was wonderful.
Angela's adorable.
Hudson, if you like an older gentleman.
I do like an older gentleman, so
Okay,
yes.
I can't recall where you guys left off exactly.
We had kind of just gotten together. They got done
Zia, you better not be
shopping.
clawing my couch. what I thought.
Alina had been playing. Nakane had been playing.
Naked!
Had been playing fair games, and I was going to
Thank you, Annette.
basically drop the horses off was what my plan was, rather than make Farron ride all the way down, since there were people and I know my way around the town.
Alright.
And then we were talking about meeting up, I think, if I remember.
I mean, we can talk about that now.
If I paid attention to the
I
plot.
think we just met up.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did, because you cured me of my inability to
yeah,
get drunk,
and,
and now I'm tipsy.
I told you about the guy wanting the thing done.
That was specific.
Very
The
specific.
guy, the fucking meme.
Hilda Brandy,
Yeah.
the 14th.
That guy.
A true gentleman, if ever I saw one.
Apparently, Annette's getting everyone's attention.
No.
You're a coward, Nin.
I mean,
You're enough of a monster fucker. You'd fuck a sexy gargoyle.
Listen, if everyone else at the table's gonna be horny, then I have to just sit there and be like, no.
Okay, let me tell
that's
you
what
about-
I'm here for.
Okay,
Get me
but
a bat.
Fox
okay,
wasn't.
I gotta tell you something though. Dragon lineage tiefling gets wings. It's a gargoyle.
Oh, you did swap. No, you're a phoenix lineage.
The second time around, yeah.
Oh, you
The
were
first time I was draconic. That's why I kept thinking I was a tank.
But she never had wings.
When-
No, but by the time she died, it would have been a gargoyle. I'm just telling you.
Just because a tiefling gets wings does not make them a gargoyle.
You would
I
be
think
into
it
sexy
does. It
gargoyles.
It's sexy
You
gargoyle.
can fly.
Even
Especially
You have a
considering
tail?
there were statues of Damia.
They,
She was literally a gargoyle.
and if you face a Medusa,
Oh, I should have done the
those were
basilisk.
just statues. They were
Flesh
all
to
living
stone?
statues.
Either a basilisk or a gorgon.
Oh,
That would
sorry.
be-
Oh,
would-
bath path.
That would be something very weird to have a living statue of your dead wife.
and
What if you
Okay,
did that?
what's the
That
villain
sounds
of
like-
this story
Look,
again?
look! I'm pretty sure there was a Greek mythos about that, where some guy
Hold
like sculptor
on.
created
Hold
his
on.
wife out
It's
of.
more
Are
common
you
than
busy
you
writing
think.
that down now? You're like, oh.
Yeah.
I don't know what I did.
listen, that's clever.
Gargoyles,
Since I was, like,
bathhouse, monster, monstrous
sophomore in
ebook.
high school.
I need to see this like cover.
Statue of dead.
Oh my
I've
god,
always had
it's
jobs that
even
required
free
you to
if
have
I
natural
find
hair
my
color.
Kindle.
If you find your Kindle, please get it so I can also partake.
I mean, I kind of want to buy it just to support this individual without having read a single thing on this.
What?
The sexy
If you-
gargoyle.
I have another book you might be interested where it's a human, a werewolf, and a vampire in a poly relationship.
You know, I've never read like a trashy paperback romance novel. I've never done it.
Neither have I. I've
No,
read a
but you-
fantasy novel written by a trashy romance author.
Listen, there's this new fantasy writer, dark fantasy. Her name's Nora Roberts.
And Michael was like, that's not the same one, is it?
It's the same one. The cover style is the same. She uses the same typography still.
Well, I mean, hey, when you buy a license for something, you might as well use it.
So Micah's convinced that she spent so many years writing romance just so she could break into dark fantasy.
Yeah, because everything that she sold was a bestseller because she was the best at writing trashy romance books. And maybe that was her secret thing, to have enough disposable income that she was like, and now I can finally pursue my passion of dark fantasy.
Like
Then
there
she
was still
gonna
like
murder Chuck Tingle.
there was still like a tertiary
Yeah, then there's
plot
Chuck
of
Tingle.
romance, but it was nowhere near like the primary focus of the series.
What a power move, though.
I'm pretty convinced
Write
that that's
trashy
been her game
romance
plan.
novels to break into.
I put away so many Nora Roberts books when I was a library page.
And the premise of it was fascinating too.
D&D at the first level.
That's true, we're off track.
Yes. Alright, so all of you are in the City of Gold. You guys just met up. There's some horses that Farron was still hearing.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Right. Not Eldwin. Faerun was talking to the horses.
Right.
No.
I also forgot.
Huh.
My pin slipped on my dice box.
You want me to fix it?
Yeah. It's a little loud. Thank you.
I still
really
can't get
like
the
that
festival.
dice box.
I haven't gotten the festival sounds working again, but this week has been.
So yeah, we were doing something. I don't know what we're gonna do.
Alright. So,
I think now was the time that we were like, time to party. Everybody's.
you guys have all met in the
We've met back
street.
together.
Oh no, that needs a new hinge.
We got time. Oh no.
can see the loop is bent.
Yeah.
So either it needs a new hinge or I need to take that hinge off and fix it. I'm probably gonna put a new hinge on it because those look like copper hinges, which is very
Likely to do that again?
yeah. So we'll just get some steel hinges to put in it instead.
Let's still. All right.
Okay.
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 So, what y'all doing? What y'all talking about? You guys are
Stuff
busy
and things.
Were we going to? We've got like 2 places that we can go to. Was the
We had, I think, a few different things we could do because. Or were
Carnival
we-
games.
Carnival games.
the
Were you just gonna wait for information about your friends, or did you actually want to go look for them?
I mean, I'm gonna keep an eye out for them as we're kind of wandering around.
Okay.
do I need to send the reader?
I don't know.
Send the reader and just fly around. He exists, and he probably likes to fly.
Tell. I have paper birds. You can just send one of them a paper bird and tell them to meet you somewhere.
I mean, I also have paper birds.
Oh.
Don't you have to have like an actual address for paper birds?
No, you just have to have their name.
No, the address is for the mail.
Okay.
I mean, typically how the mail works, yes.
I thought you had to have like some idea of where the person was to send a paper bird.
No, it's basically a sending spell.
Except
just-
It takes a little longer.
A lot longer.
it's
But since if they're gonna be in the city, it's not like it's gonna be like a long wait time.
Right.
there is a spell
Okay.
that actually has a travel time as well.
Me too. Peanut butter.
Peanut butter has a
I know.
travel time?
Yes.
Looking for light.
Peanut butter stops you from sneezing.
I want to sneeze. I would rather sneeze because now I'm gonna be like
Thinking about
for
it.
like an hour.
But also peanut butter does have a travel time.
Peanut butter has a
I'm
travel.
gonna give
Conservative.
them some time, and this could basically turn into 7 days. Discord alert said 7 days. That's a bit loud, dear.
Yeah.
There's no zombies.
Give it time. There's a zombie. Kind of.
His name's Hildebrandy.
No, I was talking about Mimi.
That poor girl.
Wait, excuse me. I don't like that
I
sound.
use a glitter pen, but they
What's
don't
that?
show up well on this paper.
The sound of your cat doing shit?
He's throwing up.
Oh, the sound of a cat throwing up a hairball. My favorite. It's better than throwing up.
Yeah. My cats make that sound a lot, but never actually hack anything up.
Listen, it's my cat. I get to be concerned.
I mean, fair.
This is baby's first hairball, I think, that he will have been around for.
I don't think
know
she's
if
had a
that's-
hairball before, that's true.
Alright. So, you're gonna write a paper bird to...
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I do have
I'm not trying to tell you to do it, I just,
No, but it is a good idea. I was under the impression that you needed to like know where the person was to send a paper bird, so
We were talking about like other kinds of birds, and now we got the paper birds.
Yeah, you can send a tweet.
I can actually cast
God
Messenger
damn it!
on my bird as well.
Twitter's a lot slower in this world. You just get a paper bird and it just fucking spouts a bunch of fucking garbage nonsense.
Like,
You have to hope it didn't fly
like-
through the rain and become utterly incomprehensible.
what did you think of my last?
Keep-
You find
Very
one
nice.
paper bird you really like, so you fold it back up and send it to one of your friends. You don't even write anything new on it.
Retweet.
Paper birds following you around to spam you.
No! I don't want to play that stupid phone game!
What's a phone?
See, I was trying to explain that earlier, but
A
apparently
phony.
they don't have them yet.
It's
where are we staying?
it's part of a pronunciation.
We're staying with Bethel.
Okay.
Does she have enough room for all of us?
I am quite certain of that.
Okay.
You might be sleeping in an office, but there are enough rooms.
Well, I also have my instant fortress I can put up in, like, I'm assuming there's, like, a camping area somewhere.
Probably.
In the city?
Go.
No.
On the outskirts.
I mean, yeah, outside the walls.
They might not be happy about an instant fortress.
It's the Festival of Holy Water. There's
got to be someone else here with an instant fortress.
Yeah, there's some temporary buildings.
Isn't there one that's actually just like an inn? Like a version of that spell that's just an inn?
So, it was one that Jake and I found. We actually did that during our when we were still doing Homebrew Cauldron.
Yeah.
We
I
found.
miss Homebrew Cauldron. I don't miss Jake's mouth noises.
You brought that entirely upon yourself.
It's still not like it was.
Oh yeah, because it's not in their ear
Yeah.
ASMR style.
You can fix that.
I can.
That's called the Thursday stream.
It's called the Tuesday stream.
Oh, I
If he
was
turns
meaning-
his head the right way.
I was meaning actually just to walk over there and get up in their ear.
Oh yeah, no, I know. See, or I could do worse.
Yeah.
Like fart in my bed.
Listen, I can't control what happens with my body when I'm asleep. It's the whole point of sleeping.
So D&D at the second level.
Oh god, yes. Okay, so you can write up to 50 words. If you'd like to actually write out the note that you'd like to
They
send.
are.
Awesome.
No, I'm filling out my
Oh.
my thing. Do you have a like an index card? And I can write.
Can you fit 50 words on an index card?
I mean,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't even need 50 words.
What's the character limit like for 50 words? Like, what does that usually mean?
Could you write the world's longest word 50 times?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what you get for letting Jake borrow your bed during the day.
Yeah.
Even my wife is like, that's your own fault.
She would know.
I fart in her bed during the day too. Only it's also my bed. But so is the couch.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If you could sleep on it, it's your bed, basically.
Yeah. Alright, so while
Yes.
Tell.
Yes.
Still trying to get into this. So while Tell is working on their message. What the fuck else are y'all doing?
Dakane has probably wandered off to a stall nearby for another drink and would probably wander back.
Oh yeah, because she can now get drunk, right?
Yeah, it is drink time, but also it is find way to... Oh yeah, Eldwin was going to take us to the place where he got fucked up, so that Faerun could try to get fucked up.
Oh yeah.
Well, we gotta get him the talisman first.
Oh right, yeah, he needed the talisman.
I think he wanted to see if it would work without the talisman.
And then the talisman, yeah, I mean...
No, we did that for Nikane.
But we could do that for Faerun.
Hers was
Bless you.
spell. This is what is the nature's ward for a druid count as?
Natural immunity?
I guess. Well, I mean, I'm naturally immune to being charmed as well, then,
Same.
by elementals.
I am
Or the
resistant to being charmed.
Oh, or the Fae. I forgot that.
How is Bethel spelled? Bethel?
I can't verbally spell.
Not to
What did you said B-E-T-H?
E-L?
Yes, that is correct.
not to take us off track, but fucking turning red is in my camp saying that a blessing can be a curse. Fuck you guys.
Oh
Yeah.
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 I love that movie.
I love that movie also.
It was so great.
I mean, that.
I felt so much secondhand
agreed with you on that
embarrassment.
anyway. It made sense.
Just saying.
Vindicated.
Yes, that too.
There's nothing that says a
Nice
blessing has
self-attack.
to be good.
Well, never mind. We're gonna move on because otherwise this is gonna be a whole discussion.
Like all gifts, blessings and curses are dependent upon the user.
Oh, and receiver, I guess.
You can
Anyway.
be a villain or a hero.
Okay, so who else is getting food and drink? I know party needs to figure out how to fuck you up.
They don't need to. They just want to.
It's a need at this point.
This,
All right,
this
so
is
we
the
go
only
back to the
coping
dwarf.
mechanism we have.
I've got my drugs.
Yeah, but
You want to get crossfaded, bitch.
Yeah, you have your drugs all the time.
Yes, I do.
This is a special occasion. Your like kind of dad died, so you
No,
gotta get.
actually, yeah, like actually, Dad.
Yeah,
Because
so
my
like
parents died. I think it was like 20, which is
Yeah.
young for an elf.
see, so that's why you gotta get fucked up, man.
Is he younger than 20? Oh, he was like 15.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
That
Before
was like 500 years ago.
before any of these fucks were alive, except maybe Altman.
No, man, that was 617 years ago.
Yeah, so
18 years ago.
Wait,
Yeah,
sorry, Alduin
hell-bent.
hasn't been born yet.
hell bent on getting you wasted on that halfling hellfire.
Oh, speaking of wasted and drinks with the cinnamon variety, Dragnar's okay. I went and hunted him down. He's working the festival, but wants to meet up for drinks later.
Yes.
Yes.
We also need to go to the Lonely Moon,
Drunken Moon.
Drunken Moon. We happened to meet an absolute gentleman, Hildebrandy the 14th. I don't know if you know the name from the distilleries, being a Talnay.
Hey Jake, what am I rolling?
History.
Got it.
I didn't know him, but that's not a surprise.
You don't know a lot of things. You didn't know what a bank was.
If it has to do with cities and civilization, no.
Oh,
I can tell you more about the trees.
There. Nat 20. But the history check altogether, because I know that doesn't count, is 21.
Natural 20!
21.
21.
Hey, you know what? Everyone's gotta have dump stats.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
It's
apparently.
okay, I got you covered on history. I have a plus 11.
My
okay.
dump stat was strength.
Sanity's my dump stat.
Strength and sanity are the same for me. They're both 10s.
Strength and sanity are the same for me. They are both 8s.
My sanity is a 6.
Dexterity is my dump stat.
Paladins.
I ended with one of the highest sanities.
I'm gonna
I
play
think
a
I have the
paladin
highest out
again.
of all of you.
Yeah.
Mine's a 15.
Mine's 13.
Alright.
I missed the spots at the mirror.
In the middle of sanity
So
range.
it sounds like you might know this
So,
family.
You are aware of the family, you've never met them. But
Okay.
one of Kat's favorite brandies is from them.
They seem to have lost a keg
Oh, that's a shame.
during this with that family.
Yep. Yeah. And with my family in town? Oh, speaking of, Grandma's still unconscious, but is showing signs of potentially waking up soon. And one of the ways that they tried to wake her up is pouring booze in her mouth. So, I mean, that didn't work, so hopefully it will,
The
though.
dwarf would not let me
Yeah.
try.
He already tried, probably.
Yeah.
He's not a druid.
I
Different
suggested,
methods.
I probably should have suggested while we're using the wrong booze. We probably would need Optia or
Well, maybe if we find that keg,
Dragon's
we can
breath.
try a shot in Grandma's mouth and see.
that would be funny. Can you imagine? That's just like the cure-all for like this sort of like magical unconsciousness is Hildebrandy's brandy.
Jake's
No,
like,
it's Hildebrandy's specific ale that he brewed.
Exactly.
For the cedar.
But can
No
you
brandy.
imagine that that's like the cure-all for like some bullshit?
She wakes up pissed because it's a shitty liquor.
the taste is horrible.
Yeah.
Oh, now there's an idea.
Fuck all of you for making me drink that with my own mouth!
They accidentally made medicine.
It's Robitussin.
Goddamn penicillin.
Drink it.
Alright.
Look, I want to wake Grandma up, not wake
Oh,
Grandma up and
right.
then immediately get yelled at and grounded for the rest of eternity.
I did forget to say
Aren't
that
you
Myth
in
was
your
shocking
20s?
earlier.
Huh?
Did forget to say that Myth was shocking
Grandma.
earlier to everyone.
Logic.
You were quite shocked too, if I recall.
Yes, that's why I said you were shocking, as in shocking me.
Why is it always you two?
No. I said I
There
don't
was
like
lightning
gates.
at the gate.
I
Why
said
is it always you?
I said I
You
don't
did
like gates,
fire?
and then she touched the gate, and then there was lightning. You asked why, and then you shocked me.
To be fair, it hurt me too.
Yeah, but you asked why I didn't like gates, and then gave an example.
You know, I lived with that gate all my life and it's never done that before.
Sure.
Are you sure you didn't do something to that
I
gate?
didn't do shit to that gate. I never used it.
Maybe one of the trees was like made out of the one that you were born in or something. Is that what happens with druids?
If it was a tree I was born in, I should be dead.
Oh, so that does happen with druids.
No, that's not a druid thing.
Nakane wanders off
Oh.
again to get food.
Explain.
She's the kind of drunk
That's
that
not a
you might
secret,
need
is it?
a leash for.
The whole wood elf tree thing?
She wants to see.
No, not really.
No, but I don't think
It's
it's
not-
commonly talked about either.
No.
We have a life tree for each of us.
So that's real?
Yeah? Why wouldn't it
Okay.
be?
You know,
that's
sometimes
new.
you hear stories and they've changed a lot from what's true. I thought maybe, like, it
We're
was
not
just...
born in the tree.
Okay, well, there are the stories where you're born in the tree, too.
No.
Okay.
But,
Does it, like, grow at the same time as you?
Yes.
So... You come out at the same time the shoot comes out, or when the seed goes in the ground?
You have no idea. You haven't really been around
like the mint.
people.
I don't look after those trees. That is the clan plants the tree,
For future books.
and you don't touch them. If you try to burn it down, that is how you get murdered.
Murder.
Okay, It's
Because-
taking out a...
If a wood elf dies, then that tree is dead. And if the tree dies, the wood elf supposedly dies.
Squirrel on stick.
So it doesn't usually
No,
happen that
turkey
way?
leg.
Has it happened?
Has someone tried to burn down the grove?
No, has somebody's tree died, but they were around instead of them
Is that a
dying
history
first?
check? He's 600.
Yeah, that would be a history check.
That was a
That
lot
was
more.
really bizarre. You
I
did.
think that's a disadvantage
around your
too.
Oh, it is.
Oh wow, so your first thing is a history check of your own people.
At disadvantage. Okay, so that's still a 15. I got a 17 and a 15.
Of course, that's what you would get for disadvantage.
Yes.
Um,
So
So what is that with the bonus? Is it below a 16? No?
18.
Yeah.
We had this conversation beforehand. This is how I roll things.
you have never heard of a tree surviving past an elf dying,
Okay.
or the opposite.
Yeah.
But has a tree died first?
Yes.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Moida.
Someone went to go cut it down, or someone burned it, or a lightning strike might be a thing that's very unlikely but could have happened.
So you're just, I mean, that's not different from anybody else, but your odds are twice as likely as mine to die from being struck by lightning.
Are these trees only in one specific place?
No, each clan has their own little area. Or. What do you mean?
Tell?
Tell?
Did Tell learn some things?
He might have. He's having an anxiety.
Tell, what's going on?
Okay, saying fuck like that sounds like you're planning on murdering all the
That's
wild.
what I thought.
Genocide.
No, you guys, that's me.
And if that's your plan, then I need to seal you in a tree where no one will hear your
No,
screams.
no. I don't plan on killing anyone.
Could you explain that? That's not like you.
Like, what, are the trees all in one place? No, fuck. Are you looking for someone's tree?
Do you have a tree?
Nope.
She shouldn't have a tree.
There,
You shouldn't have a tree.
there was an incident when I was very young,
Uh-huh.
and most of the forest burned down.
Were there wood elves in the forest?
I don't know.
Oh.
Well, where? This wasn't in the alluring forest, right?
No,
Okay.
it was.
So you're
Are
probably-
there other ones outside of the alluring forest?
Not many.
Not many.
I mean, we met what was her name?
Did
outside
you kill
River
off
Town.
like a whole bunch of people like I did in the Feywilds?
Well, that would be sincerely worse because like they wouldn't leave the grove, so either they burned to death or their tree burned, and that is bad.
What? So
Yes, I know.
what happens if your tree is just charred? Like, do you become charred?
Ooh, I want to be charred.
As if your tree's damaged. Are you damaged? I don't think so. I think it's just dead.
Alduin already attempted
But
to be charmed.
no. Like it's damaged, but it's something that a tree would survive. Like there are trees that can take a lot of fire.
I've
that's
been
how-
stabbed. I don't think the tree I am connected to is being stabbed.
Living
Have
wood
you
Is it
seen
like
it?
one of those dolls? Like if I stab the
Yes.
tree, do you get
When's
stabbed?
the last time you saw
I
it?
though?
Yeah.
I haven't been there in at least 50 years.
What kind of tree is it? I'm sorry, I'm very interested.
It does have a name. You did have names for these trees.
Let me look.
They just exist. Why are we interested in this?
Hi, I am a storyteller, legend, lore bard.
You're never going to get to see them.
That doesn't mean that I can't look up more information about
That
this.
is a general, broad statement because most people don't. You die.
I'm
Actually,
fine.
something.
But
Ooh, that actually brings about a thought about the whole prior wild spreading. If they reach one of the groves, so they just corrupt all of the elves.
Oh!
Slurps faster.
Beer.
Fuck. Why are you drinking that? You should be drinking
That's what your plan was.
the good stuff.
That's not great
almost
at
slipped.
all.
Do we need to go
Both?
over there, like, much sooner than maybe?
You drink that when you're already drunk, then you
I
can't
don't know.
taste it, the good stuff anymore.
I'm
you
not
gotta
there
drink
right
the
now.
good stuff first.
You were just there, like, earlier today.
I was.
Should we maybe go there with you knowing this now? Is this something that we should go to soon?
I would assume that not other archdruids, because I'm not an archdruid, but one of the archdruids would have considered that, more than likely.
Arulian tree.
Aurelian, there we go. That sounds Roman.
I'm gonna paste it in chat for
That
you
was-
too.
I know I would.
But yeah, so that could be a thing.
Okay.
But I couldn't really just take you there because bringing outsiders in is not great.
Well, isn't there a good chance that you're kind of the archdruid now with that other
No.
guy?
But we don't. No, we're not. Just because that the archdruid is gone doesn't mean we just suddenly become.
How does one become an archdruid?
Is it an election?
No.
It's not like a field promotion?
No.
He doesn't. Neither of us have the experience.
So you're
The
just...
other archdruids would look at us like we are children.
So you're just archdruidless?
Is a different archdruid going to take over there?
No. It's not his circle.
So then what are you guys doing for your own circle in the meantime? It sounds kind of like a cart without a driver.
Yes. They will listen to. I forgot his name.
I forgot his name too.
I've got a document somewhere. Insert friend's name of Farron here. They'll listen to him because he is the eldest one, except for, but he won't have the ability to just say you have to do this. It's all going to be, well, do we want to? Did you make a good argument? But if it's to save the woods, they'll generally do it. Just people like insert the other guy whose name I'm going to look it up.
Do you suppose that anybody else may have realized that this could be potentially a thing that might, I don't know, turn everybody that might get infected with the prior wilds into a mindless berserky thing? Is your
I don't
tree
know if we'd be
there?
mindless. Yes, my tree's there. Why wouldn't my tree
Are you
be...
concerned about maybe catching the prior wilds?
Corruption. Just it's not catch. The prior wild is not its own special thing. It's just dark.
All right. I'm gonna take us away from this for just a
Okay.
second.
I'm sorry.
Tell. You fold you write your message and it folds up as a paper bird. It starts fluttering off, and you see it fly off, and then it descends and disappears behind the crowd.
Tell, already looking for an escape from this conversation after that revelation about what he might have done, goes.
Oh, it's Method.
While they're distracted, he is going to go. And just starts walking quickly.
Following the paper bird.
Where's he going?
Making my way downtown. Here's horrifying.
Walking fast. Walking faster.
Okay. So it's Methold, and Methold is 34 years older than. And who's the dickhead one?
Slurp.
All right.
Where's the dickhead?
So you.
Oh, Gingalore. He's got
Galore!
I'm not even joking.
I didn't come up with those names.
No,
I remember, that was you.
I just had a list of names. And I was basically-
Gingalore! That douchebag. Oh, Gingalore's here.
Yeah, I like how the one that's opposed is Gengalore.
All right, so you press through the crowd, trying to follow the paper bird. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay. Oops.
Becky Apples.
Jessica.
Becky Apples.
I gotta clean my space.
God damn it!
Gengalore is such a...
I didn't realize how weird of a name that was until it's been spoken out loud.
We've spoken out loud before, that other game.
Jesus.
I think you also did a double take then as well.
Oh, my schoolyard bully, Gingalore.
I think he's also...
Did I miss an awkward conversation?
24.
24?
Kind of.
All right, you catch a glimpse of the paper bird. It descended, but then it kind of turned down an alleyway.
Oh dear. Okay. I'm gonna follow it.
All right.
Fuck.
You, again, you push through the crowd and get to the alley. And inside, or down the alley, there's nobody really down there. But what you do see is you see a manhole cover. And the paper bird is trying to get into it.
Those are just called pants.
Why?
Sorry.
I'm not allowed to hit you, and I'm furious about it right now.
What do you mean you're not allowed to hit them?
My shoulder's all fucked
My
up.
shoulder's very fucked up. Not that I can do a whole lot of damage, but
Still.
harmed.
At this point, a light breeze would hurt.
Right.
I need a different pen. This one does not write smooth yet.
I'm gonna lift the manhole cover.
All right, the paper bird flies down into it and disappears into the sewers.
Why? What? Hello?
That doesn't surprise me, really.
I'm gonna lean my head down and shout, Simone?
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Why are you in there? Why?
Where's Pumbaa?
That's Timon.
Simone? 20? Dirty 20?
Okay, you don't vomit from the smell
It's pretty
that
bad though.
Comes out of the sewer. But it does make you kind of like,
Like,
yeah, you definitely get that gag reflex.
Yeah.
Does Joel have a
going down there. What?
Don't even have a gag reflex
You know-
anymore.
Different throat.
Yeah.
Different throat is a concerning statement.
Concerned.
Not if you're a Hydra.
Oh,
I'm
boy.
not, though.
Okay, well,
I only have one rib cage and one throat.
hopefully they're down there for some reason, or the paper bird's not going to be able to get out. I'll close the manhole cover, I guess.
All right.
Just gonna send it out
And I'll
Yeah.
amble sadly back towards the group.
Aww.
Yeah, so yeah. They will listen to Mythild, but Gengalore might not, because Gengalore doesn't like people.
I come back to the conversation still happening, and I'm like, God, please help me.
Yeah, and you get to hear Gengalore.
Gingalore.
That's actually the word you come back to, is Gangalore.
Who? What?
Some kind of disease.
Oh, I think
He's an asshole, and if he had his way, I wouldn't be here, because druids should not be outside of... should not be outside of the forest, according to him.
Sounds like a Gingalore.
So,
Sounds like a veneer.
cares
Classic
about
Gengalore.
the forest, but he doesn't care about what happens to people outside the forest. Eh.
He knows if there's no outside the forest that it makes it hard for there to be an inside the forest, right?
Well, yes, but then he doesn't like me because I brought people from outside the forest inside the forest, and now she's in the circle.
Okay.
We have a high elf. Or a sun elf. We call them sun elves?
Yes.
Yeah,
son
we
of-
put a sun elf.
Oh, beans.
Oh, fuck.
What?
My mom lives here.
Okay. You
Oh,
don't,
yeah, that's right. Your mom's not dead.
she lives here doesn't mean you have to say hi.
I just forgot that she was here for a second. I don't plan on it.
Oh, is that because I said Sun Elf that you remember?
Huh?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
What about?
Myth kind of points at Eldon and goes, alcohol?
I'm way ahead of y'all.
Oh, I forgot. Right.
So would it be possible for me to like sync my alchemy jug up to like a new kind of drink?
Can you
That's a
replace
good
one
question.
of the other ones, maybe?
How would you go about investigating that?
That's gonna require a library trip. I'll do that later.
When you're not hammered.
A library trip or a wizard?
A library?
I am a wizard.
One that actually makes magic items.
One that's good at their job, damn it.
I mean, technically, scrolls are magic items.
Mm-hmm.
I make magic items.
But have you made an alchemy jug?
Not yet.
Maybe.
different
That's a
timeline.
fair point. Maybe. I just don't know it yet.
So,
Maybe this is the beginning of me making alchemy jugs.
are we going to this dwarf?
Yeah, let's go to the dwarf. So, where did you go?
I went to look for my friends.
Take it you didn't have any luck?
The paper bird went into the sewer?
Well, that's bizarre.
Yeah.
Do they normally travel underground?
I mean, presumably not unless the person that you are looking for is underground. I don't know why.
Are they gnomes?
No.
Do gnomes normally travel underground?
Some of them.
No, they are a...
There are some gnomes in the mountains.
Maybe that was just like the shortest route to them?
Shortest.
Could be. I don't see why it wouldn't be faster to fly over the crowd, though. Especially considering the sewer isn't like an open grate for the thing to fly into. I had to open a manhole cover for it to even go through.
Weird.
I don't know why they would be down there.
Fun?
Drunken
I
festival?
don't think so.
Would they
I
be
don't
drunk
remember
already?
I don't know.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I hope so. I'm starting to worry a little.
Okay.
We'll see.
Alright, to the dwarf for a drink. Tell, would you like a drink? Yes, got it.
Sure.
You asking for like the knock socks off drinks?
Well,
No.
you're
also
quite
good.
repeating customers.
I got my problem fixed. We're good now.
Hi, I fixed
Problem?
Yeah, she couldn't get
I
drunk.
couldn't get drunk. I fixed it. He fixed it.
It was
It was
some
magical bullshit.
thing? No.
I don't mess with that magic.
I do.
New headcanon. Eldon was the original inventor of alchemy jugs.
Apparently you have a drink that might be strong enough.
He's got a natural resistance.
He's
Got
a
it.
druid.
Yeah.
Do you have anything that can fuck up a druid?
Well, there's always my hammer, but I'm not guessing that's what you're looking
Is
for.
that so? They call me the hammer.
Maybe you should roll a d10 for this dwarf as he's smitten with Faerun at the moment to make this hammer comment.
When the asexual person says something that's a euphemism, and everyone's like, ah, yes, he must be horny for the druid.
Horny for the
I mean,
druid.
my hammer could fuck him up.
Yeah, it's like a war hammer.
Yeah, that sounds more like a threat.
Yeah, now it's a threat. If the hammer isn't your penis.
So the real question we're trying to answer is the hammer his penis?
Are you gonna ask him?
No.
No.
Tell's not paying attention.
Then you're not gonna find out.
It's not big into what?
Tell's not paying attention.
Elle's not paying.
It'll be
So
okay,
this-
Tal.
I
We'll
think
find
I'm
them.
paying at this point.
Yeah,
Your
you
daddy
do have all the
Warbucks over here.
tickets.
I have never been hit by a warhammer. I do not intend to start.
You're
Fair
dead
enough.
Warbucks with the tickets over
It's not fun.
No.
I
It's
wouldn't
great
think
to
so.
swing it, though.
I have never swung a warhammer.
Yes.
Me neither.
Oh, man, I've got
Well,
one.
that makes sense for you.
I've got
What's
one.
that supposed to mean?
You are a mage.
He looks you up and down.
Is this going to be everybody that's not proficient with warhammers swinging warhammers?
I think
I can swing a warhammer.
I'm technically proficient with them.
He reaches behind, pulls out his warhammer, and sets it on the table.
Oh, you just have that.
I take the warhammer.
Bold move.
Can you pick it up?
Yeah, I'm not weak.
What's your strength?
I have a 10 strength.
All right.
That's higher than a commoner.
No, that is a commoner.
No, it isn't. We've had this discussion. A
Commoners
commoner is
are
all
8.
8s.
Maybe in your world. My people have to fucking kill things to
Wait,
survive
we're
all the
done
time.
weighing on that. I want to feel the weight.
I look around. Is there any, like, empty tables nearby?
We're not smashing
Alwyn?
the table.
No.
Yeah, I didn't say that out loud. I'm just looking around.
This is a festival. There are no open tables. But you see someone alone at a table.
Yeah? Okay, he puts the hammer back.
All right. Good thing you can lift it at least. Was starting to worry about you.
It's a nice hammer.
Thank you. Crafted it myself.
Of course.
What's the weight like? Do you mind?
Oh, go right ahead.
She lifts it and just.
I'm gonna keep taking this whole conversation out of context.
It's-
quietly
Nakana,
in the
you should
corner.
show him your big sword.
Not in the middle of the festival. I don't
In
want.
the show it off.
It's very well balanced.
I can't carry
Hey,
that.
what's wrong
one.
with the big sword?
Huh?
What's wrong with the big sword?
All right, I'll show him the big sword in just a second. I'll probably show him the thrower I have
Let me just-
too.
Damn.
She hands him his hammer back. Yeah, that's really damn near perfectly balanced.
It does have some very fine carvings on it. It's a very good looking hammer.
I'm guessing they're dwarvish carvings.
I've got a couple of things you might appreciate. Tell, would you do me a favor and just she pulls out the sword.
Tell, going through like, is my family dead?
Just
Can I get
pulling.
the sword out of your neck?
We just need to get you a bag of holding.
She has one.
May have won this off a dead troll, half troll.
He's
while
dead now.
back.
He grabs it. You see, like, a moment of like, oh fuck, this is heavy.
Yeah.
What
And
is
I
this
think
made
that's-
out of?
That's made out of
the living metal.
Beautiful. Hands it back.
Tell, would you? And then she does that and pulls out her dad nor hammer. Here, got that one too.
Oh. You have one of those?
Got it off of a family friend who's like my dad.
Oh. Well, that is mighty nice of them.
He's far
Yeah.
better than your actual dad.
What dad?
I take
She
a
does like
deeper
dryly.
drink.
What dad?
That's
So,
right. He's
yeah.
dead now. We killed him.
We think.
Well,
We,
fair
yeah.
enough.
He is retired for the most part now. So
Alright. Well,
is a tavern
Most-
keeper now.
most who win those tend to be
You
retired.
win it?
Yes. It's a prize
No.
for the best ale of the year.
Leave him alone.
Nakane just like just like I'm so proud of him.
Yes.
Dragnor Dragiel gave this to me.
Haven't
she
heard
hands
that
it
name in a
back.
while. You need something to drink?
Apparently.
Alright.
They keep saying
Sure
I
do.
do. They say that moonleaf or sunleaf or both is not good enough.
Nice.
Apparently.
He
I don't
had a
believe
bad time.
Nice die.
I'm 600. What do you think? It's been good times?
Similar
You're getting
sets.
the.
But you're gonna drink about this one.
He's getting vodka because he likes
This whole thing, Eldwin got it off
Is that
a person
classic
named
set?
eBay.
I have not been able to get drunk
My
for
ears is newer.
300 years?
See,
300
it's
years.
the perfect time to cut loose.
That is not where that goes.
300 years sounds about right.
Look, when she wakes up, think
Because-
of how happy Grandma will be that she'll be able to get drunk with her dad again.
The numbers on my D20.
That wasn't me.
Who wasn't then?
It was the ghost of.
Yeah, that's the same system.
Okay, I gotta go start on the rice.
Ghost.
So I'm going to vanish for a minute.
Yeah,
Nakane's just
20.
probably
I don't know
like
why the numbers are
drinking and eating food. So I gotta go take care of rice and all that.
All right.
Probably
looks like
won't
the-
actually take.
Constitution saving throw with advantage.
Oh.
Hey, you never know. That could be the one.
Yeah, what's the one with advantage? Be like a 7 and a 5. Oh, never mind. 19.
19. You get this.
Right? Yeah. Oh, sorry, 20.
20.
3, no.
So you get a slight burn, and you feel it kind of like radiate through your body some, and it's a feeling you have not felt in a while. But you absolutely realize that this did something.
The Legolas, I feel the tingling in my fingers.
Gimli passing out.
Yeah.
So,
Something. Not much, but something.
you're gonna need something stronger.
Do you have stronger?
I do not, but your friends definitely came by earlier asking for stronger.
Oh, and that's the
The bathtub moonshine, yeah.
bath. Okay. Right, well. They do say if it doesn't kill you, right?
Well, I can't be giving too much of this away. This is,
I give tickets.
that's not the problem. The problem being, this is my only bottle.
Where do you get it from?
I make it myself.
Okay. So it's not something I could just, like,
Okay, so that's kind
help
of
you get more of.
That's kind of
No, I need time for that.
So that's
I
kind
have
of
plenty of that.
Yes. Well, I mean,
You make it yourself. Takes time. I know these things. I don't make
But
it
any-
here, but things take time.
any self-respecting dwarf makes their own.
Right. This is. I mean, you won't be able to get another one of these, and I don't think you would consider it strong.
Almost like that better than the
I don't know if a dwarf would consider this strong.
Yes.
No, the Sylvan wine.
Oh, the Sylvan wine. Probably not.
I mean, it depends.
Well, you have to remember that, and you guys would know this for sure, all dwarves are resistant to poison.
Oh yeah.
So, anything that's strong for them has to bypass that.
But I'm sure you will find a use for it as bottle thing. I mean, the bottle's at least pretty. I don't know if you care about the bottle being pretty.
Well, some artistry in that.
You're not going to find it on this plate.
You have me interested.
It's from Elithrol.
Oh?
Yeah.
Well, I would love to see it, at the very least. Oh, that is a nice bottle.
You can try it.
Why, thank you. Well, it's not very strong, but it tastes fantastic. And he passes the bottle back. Oh,
I didn't make it, but it's hard to get here for very obvious reasons.
no, but those flavors. Going to have to do a little more research.
Might
The
give you some
inspiration
ideas.
for next year's batch. He just tasted the perfect alcohol.
No, the perfect alcohol for him would be one that tastes great and fucks you up.
No, he tasted it. It isn't right yet. That's gonna be his life's work now.
I don't know if it, it can't use the same ingredients that are available here. I don't know how it's made.
Well,
But you can find out maybe. Well, you can experiment.
there are plenty of notes of the ingredients they had, but it takes a refined tongue to be able to tell.
Oh, so it's wine, not ale.
Hey, can I have a drink while we're here?
Of course.
Same. Take it
Puts
back.
out the mugs.
Tickets.
Thank you,
Oh,
Ticket
are you
Man.
about to get absolutely smashed again?
Huh?
Yes.
Okay. I have to fix it when he gets too intolerable.
Do
Which is,
you?
Do you?
I like there not being fire.
Fair point.
Oh yeah, when this guy met me earlier, I was on stilts.
Oh, yeah.
You came back since then, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, things not being on fire is preferable.
Good. Yes.
Even if it is a city.
What?
Even if it is a city.
Oh!
Things
Right.
not being on fire, including cities.
Right. The recent news about Felina.
Oh, that wasn't even what I was getting at.
Oh, yeah, that.
We were
They're doing
there.
better
it was
now.
great.
Yeah, apparently they did
We
something.
were there.
No, they were. I was in the woods.
I rode a demon.
Yeah, how did lifting that hammer go?
What?
I lifted my arm up in air.
Oh, I was like, what did I do?
Everything.
Well, you pulled a muscle. Good job.
Wow. Well, good to see all of you not, charred.
That did happen.
I was a little charred.
Are you still
Your
charred?
clothes are still sort of charred.
None of you are actually wounded,
He like
right?
takes a piece and it just crumbles off. It's a good thing we are getting new clothes, huh?
Yeah.
None of you are actually wounded, right? I haven't just been walking around with like a wounded party as a healer.
No,
I am missing 1 HP
That's fine. I've got like
Wonderful.
8 healers kits.
from the game.
I'm not
give
gonna
him a
use it on her.
good, give him a good berry.
That's correct.
A good. I don't have good berry as a spell.
No, good berry.
You're a wisdom caster. You just don't have it prepared.
I don't have it prepared.
Ritual just
I've got
for
mending.
good
I can just be like to your clothes that is fucking
10
I
crumbled.
don't
minutes.
think druids
Good
can
berry.
ritual cast.
Oh.
I think they can.
I thought they could.
I thought they could.
But you can only cast ritual spells.
Whereas witches can cast any spell as a ritual.
Yeah, so long as it has the ritual tag, I believe a druid can. But they have to have the little
Clerics
components.
Yeah.
There's only like 2 classes that can cast spells as rituals.
Yeah, druids are.
I think
if they're
is
not
it
prepared.
druids and wizards. I know sorcerers can't.
Yeah.
I think a cleric and a paladin can, but they have to have it prepared beforehand.
That's a good question. That's a book question, not,
Might be a Jade question.
Jadalopedia will find
Then
out
again,
here soon.
half of my spells are rituals anyway. That's the only way to cast them. I don't know if I want to stay at Bethel's house because I can just turn the forest into a home. I just need to find some trees.
do you want to go out into the forest at night?
Right now?
I can make
After
it
what
entirely
you just
safe.
went through?
I can make it entirely safe. That is a spell. I turn into a grove. Don't give me that smirk. There's fog. You can't see the moon because there's fog. If you can't see the moon, you can't be hurt by the moon. Fuck the moon.
The moon is not your enemy! The moon is not the cause of this. The moon is dictated by Thanatos.
Shush.
It's nothing to do with the moon.
If anything, the moon's good.
Did you call it the moonlight madness?
Yeah,
No,
because it happens at
nighttime
night.
madness. Nighttime
I'm thinking of a
madness.
different one then. Never mind me.
Yes, it's not moon
Jesus.
madness. It's not from One Piece.
I've never seen or done anything with One Piece.
I know.
That is not the problem here.
All right. So, do you guys continue getting drinks here, or do you guys move on?
I would like to
Tell
go
us to
on
find
and
some
taste new
wine.
things.
I don't like.
Do you have any suggestions
I
for
have
other
had
brewers?
Are you going to find better
Oh.
wine than this?
I
He
mean, I would like
starts
to try
list-
different
he starts
kinds
listing
of
off a
wine.
Do you
few.
have business cards?
I'm sure they have special
What?
wine just for this festival.
I feel like this may be a wrong question to ask in this era.
Wait, what question are you going to ask?
What did you ask?
I asked him if he had business cards.
What?
What? I mean, fair in saying what to anything is just not a good judge of
You know.
anything. Unless you're talking about the trees. If you're like, what is this plant? And he goes, oh, what? Then you're probably, that's concerning.
Maybe
because it
don't
might try
touch
to kill
that
you.
one.
So you don't have the. Got it. Anyways, yeah, other brewers in the area.
He starts listing off a few notable ones. You'll be able to recall them.
I mean,
I'm not going to the length of naming a bunch of fucking
Every
NPCs.
single place, yeah.
I'm not naming every single drink vendor in my world's version of Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
But why
I just
not?
thought of a brilliant idea.
what?
sus of Google. Wait, isn't that 5?
We should start up a bar crawl.
Would I need to awaken a chair for you so that you can actually keep going?
Oh,
That would be
man.
amazing! Can you imagine
Oh,
that?
man.
Hold on, we need to go find a sofa, and then we can all just ride through the streets on a sofa.
But to be fair,
Cal's
that,
gonna become his own fucking spirit.
that does create it as a living creature, and after it is no longer bound by anything, it just continues to be alive.
Oh, that's a bad idea.
You still want your walking sofa?
I don't want to make it suffer.
Whilst
Let
I
me lick
can,
my own ass.
whilst I can create life, I prefer not to make it into something. Actually, does that something that fucks? Is that something that people are upset about?
Is that necromancy?
Making an inanimate object animate and giving it a soul?
Technically, it's raising the dead because it was a previously dead,
How does
previous
that work?
alive tree.
Yeah, how does that work? Is that something that is
Do
actually?
trees have souls?
No, because you are animating it using magic, not the soul of it, and you are basically fashioning a new soul.
Okay, so he's okay.
Sort of.
He can do it.
Sort of.
I mean, most of what all Farron's awoken so far is centipedes and spiders.
I was
What is
looking
it?
for
Speaking of
something,
which,
I
they
can't
can
remember what
talk.
it was.
Oh god.
I've got talking
right.
spiders and centipedes.
Tell is very stressed today.
Poor Tal.
If your fucking bird tries to eat them, I'm eating your bird.
My bird eats bones.
Good.
Do they have bones?
Do centipedes? No, I don't
No,
think
they
they have bones or
don't.
insects.
They do not.
They have external bones.
They've got exoskeletons.
They wear their bones on the outside.
Yeah.
Like
Wish I
teeth.
could wear my bones on the outside.
Also, I like how the idea of Farron
do.
saying I will eat your bird was just kind of skipped over.
Tell is used
That's
to
technically
Farron
not on the
just
inside.
saying shit.
Or outside. It's
Just
inside
saying-
your
I mean,
mouth.
okay, never
See,
mind.
but it's very
Yeah.
close to the D&D at the 3rd level.
Where did Eric?
Sorry, I was looking. I was
Oh.
looking.
Shove dinner.
I was looking
I
up the
forgot.
spell.
Durlan's the one that taught Farron how to go to Elethral.
The one who's dead.
Yeah, that's the one who's actually not quite dead.
That's kind of like
Basically
dead.
dead. Oh,
Might as well be dead.
if the prior wild touches the trees, it might just turn them all into leshies.
All the trees or all the people attached to the trees?
People.
Yikes.
Because that's a leshy is just a corruption of nature and creature in one.
Man. We're only on the first day of the Festival of Holy Water and we're talking about the apocalypse again.
It's either that or the tree gets corrupted and the elf gets corrupted and then there's two separate
Let's go get
things.
another
It's kind of
drink.
funny when
Yeah,
you
I
read my
would like
comments
to.
reports.
I would like
I'm
to
sorry.
cease and desist apocalypse conversations.
Congregation.
I
And
forgot
would-
where Farron's tree is, but I think you said it was
Apocalypse
close to the
congregation.
wilds.
That's a doomsday cult.
Not like
That's
close,
a-
as
I
in
was just gonna say the
like
same.
proximity-wise closer.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Like
And
not next to it,
let's
because who the fuck plants there? But like,
Ooh, I'm gonna put my life
So-
tree
Please
next
get
to
me
this
drunk.
growing place of horror.
Sold.
I think the overall clan that Farron was
Tell us so
initially
stressed
from is the one
right
that's
now.
closest
Only
to
if we
the
can
area.
Okay,
later.
I'm
so
surprised that Tell wasn't like, we need to go in the sewers.
No, he doesn't want to fucking go down there.
Are you
Leather
sure?
and sewers just don't go
Done
well
with
together.
sewers.
I almost threw up just opening the thing. I'm not going down there unless I know that they are in danger. Simone is. The thing about Simone, if he's in trouble, he can fucking handle it.
Are you sure?
The
Yes.
thing about...
You know a way that you would be able to go down there and not need to breathe?
Oh my gosh.
What?
I can turn you into a fog.
So you're going through anxiety talking to the guy whose dad just died.
And whose best friend now has to run.
Who was the guy who could handle whatever happened.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I can turn you into fog. I can turn us all into fog.
Something in the city. Here's the thing. Something in the city happening to Simone, I don't think would be an issue. If he was out in, the prior wilds and shit,
No.
that's a different story.
I would be
but
more concerned about the city. There are people in the city.
Simone can handle people.
Your people. That's people.
I just remembered
Simone
something.
could crush me.
I
without
was
breaking
just
something.
reminded of this thing that I would definitely know about having lived here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. It totally slipped my mind until this moment.
Yeah? What is it?
Well, you know how the City of Gold's a really big city, and, there's a bunch of stuff that goes on, and it's kind of like the main place between a bunch of things.
Yes.
So it goes under the streets, too.
Oh, you've got Undercity.
Yeah.
Oh, you're like the dwarves.
No.
You've got an underground section, it's like the dwarves. Except they
Is-
have like an above ground section and they're proud of it.
That is a vast, weird generalization, but not completely inaccurate.
Is the
Because it's kind of
Undercity...
weird.
It's like the reverse of the dwarves. And the gnomes.
Is the Undercity whatever question Tel's about to have?
Is the Undercity concerned, question mark? That's it.
Concerned?
Are we worried that they're in the Undercity?
Is
it
the
just
Undercity a place to be afraid of?
Are we
It is not a
concerned?
place that people casually go to. But it is
They're
not.
looking for something.
It's not as dangerous as being outside the walls. But it's where a lot of
back alley deals happen?
underground crime goes on.
It makes more sense that Simone is there, maybe.
Yeah, it's a.
Is Simone a criminal?
No.
I don't know how this could have escaped my mind until just now. Weird.
Unless... Strange. It's almost like it was beamed to me by a higher power.
So strange. I need another drink.
An alternate thought, Myth. You don't like your mother.
Jesus Christ.
Go on. Myth, like, starts to hand a guy a ticket. You don't like your mother, right? 2 tickets. 2 drinks.
I did the tail.
So, is it particularly windy right now? No, it's not.
No, it's sunny.
Yeah, exactly. So, do you want a message in the sky telling her to fuck herself?
Good job.
No,
Because she wouldn't be able to tell who it was from.
I'm not entirely convinced that she even knows I'm still alive.
That's a
Okay, so she wouldn't even know who it was from anyway.
But if she does, she works pretty high up in the city, and I don't know if I want to deal with all that nonsense.
But it would be me who did it, and I'm not part of the conclave, so I don't care.
I guess the question is, do you want to send a giant fuck you to my mother,
Would it
who
make
you
you
have
feel
never
better?
met? I mean, it wouldn't make me feel worse than I do.
Would it make you feel better?
How did this turn into making me feel better when your dad died?
I'm not talking about that.
Repression.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
We're going
it would
back
make
to
me
the
feel
unhealthy
wonderful.
coping cycle.
It would make me feel wonderful.
What's her name?
Fuck, I knew this. I haven't had to say her name since session 0. Jesus.
I say because Jake made me take Skywrite for the spell list.
Oh man, I love that.
What?
Skywrite.
No, I thought that was part of your circle.
No,
Whatever.
it's not part of my circle.
Also, I didn't make you take Skywrite.
He said I needed to because it's a good message spell, and we were trying to make me have an exploration.
I
Like
can't
fucking-
remember either of my parents' names.
Well, I don't. I definitely don't remember.
They're getting new names today, and we will.
Timothy.
Shit. Give me like 3 seconds here. I think it may be on. I think I might have a doc.
It might not be as on the nose as fucking.
But for now, her name will be
I'll have to clean it up.
Julep. No, like a mint julep? No, I don't like
I
it.
thought
Doing his own.
Julep?
I don't like it.
Using some
Her
Cynthia.
name will be
Yeah.
Tulip?
Oh, to see the...
Joy.
Okay, so it's just saying fuck joy in the sky is probably saying
Okay, maybe looking for a different name.
I think that's fine. I think that's hilarious.
Of course you do.
Fuck Joy. Well, fuck you too.
We're gonna call her Yazoo.
Yazoo?
Yep.
I don't think you want to write fuck yes in the sky either.
No, Yazoo.
Yazoo.
Y-A-Z-U.
Like Wazoo, but with a
Yeah,
Y.
yeah, Yazoo. That's gonna be the
Fuck
name for
Yazoo and
today.
Wazoo.
What is Mom's name anyway? What is?
Sure. Skywrite.
It's
Skywrite.
Yazoo now.
Yazoo. Yeah, you hear someone off in the distance. Well, what the fuck?
That's 3 spell points. That's worth it.
If this is the thing that makes me have to deal with my mother, I'm going to be very upset.
You're welcome.
I was ready to go through this entire game without encountering her.
Alright.
Listen, you got a tingle in his fingers to happen.
Oh, this was a thank you for the unhealthy coping mechanism with a different one. I see now. Belligerent activity.
Yeah.
We will run wild through the streets and win mini plush toys.
Hey, what?
That's part of the games with the fairy. They have these different things in there. And sometimes you get like necklaces or beads or different things like that. But the ones that are really good sometimes have stuffed animals.
So they give you things for labor.
No, not really labor. They ask you to do a task that is unusual, like throwing a ball to knock down 3 stacked steins.
And that's because
That's rigged.
But if you get it really good, then you can win a prize, but not the big one. You have to
So-
start with a little one, and then if you get like 5 of those, then you can trade up to a different one. And really, it's kind of like a pyramid scheme, and you could maybe
What is a
just...
pyramid scheme?
It's that thing where it gets worse the bigger it gets.
A person?
Tuned out and thought we were talking about paying for a very different type of gift.
No, not yet.
Are we still walking?
Just a person?
Is this an abusive mob?
I'm assuming at this point you guys.
Yeah, we're probably just walking.
Abusive would imply that she was involved.
She was an absent mother, to say the least.
Yeah, she was real good for like 14 years, I guess, but when you're 64, that's a pretty small time in your life, I suppose.
Oh wow, so 16, 15.
Yeah.
Except 634.
Yeah, not
34?
not quite like that.
33.
Different, but similar.
Gengalor is like 540.
Gingalore.
I can't believe I named him Gengalor, but I believe it was just I had a list of names that I rolled out, and then I rolled on that list of names, and the guy that was opposed to Faerun happens to be Gengalor.
Oh man, 1 second. Let me see how drunk I am.
I mean, Faerun
7?
straight out has a friend that's name is just Joy. I
Okay.
forgot that.
Oh,
There's a fur-
Joy.
That's a Furbolg.
I'm really glad we didn't name
She's
Mom.
364. I don't think he knows anyone that's under...
So what are you guys doing though? Well, we are doing.
We're going to get drinks.
We
We
were
have an
also getting
unhealthy coping mechanism to fuel.
We were going to the place for stronger drinks,
You're
right?
inventing a pub crawl, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think that's inventing. I think that's existed.
So basically what I'd like
We're
to do...
calling it a pub crawl though.
What I'd like to do over the next couple days is sample as many alcohols as possible, compile a list of the best ones, and then get as many people as we can to just like go to each of them.
So you are giving
Trying
yourself
to be
a
an
job.
influencer?
No. Have you never like been to a pub crawl?
No.
I'm so sorry.
The best
I
thing
used
I
to-
have is like shitty influencer memes.
I used to
compare
go to
this.
one in Toledo called the Zombie Crawl.
Yeah.
And they would block off entire streets of Toledo so you could literally walk from bar to bar down the streets.
Oh, she was a paladin. Whoops.
This would imply that I like being in bars and around people in mass.
Listen,
So is it
Crossfaded.
normal? Do you like do a rating system for the pub crawl?
no, usually like what'll end up happening is this is pre everyone having smartphones. You'd basically have a card and you'd get stamped to each of the bars you went to, and whoever
Oh, we're doing tryouts for being a pub that is listed on the pub crawl.
Yes.
Okay.
And then like when you actually do the pub crawl, you'd get your card stamped to each place you went to. And then whoever visited the most number of bars in the pub crawl at the end of the night won something.
And you got like stamped if you actually had a drink.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've done one of those in New
I
Zealand.
would not be surprised if this was already a festival-sponsored event.
Yeah, that sounds like something that would exist in a festival dedicated to drinking.
You never know. Sometimes the simplest of ideas get overlooked.
I wouldn't be
Like
surprised if
hamburgers.
there's a fucking fae that set up shop somewhere is selling Elithra shit in the corner. Like, hey,
It's just titties.
it's just titties.
That's the name of it.
That sounds terrible, OMG. Festival of Holy Water, more like Festival of Unhealthy Coping Mechanisms.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
Right
rest
now.
of these names and they're fine. It's like
Bangalore.
Listen, I didn't go
Durlan,
on.
Methold, Lorelia,
I think-
Nifene, Lanro.
I didn't go on pub crawls to like meet new people. I gather a group of like 3 or 4 people that I was close friends with, and then we just go drinking all night
Never
at different bars.
Yeah, but
Lanro's
then
dead.
there are these other people that are also there that you need to deal with and tolerate.
Yeah,
And
but they're in the,
mass.
That's background.
I don't like bars anyway, so.
and yet here you are.
I met you at a bar. Weird.
I just thought of a thing. One of Farron's
I met
friends
you at a
is
bar.
is known for her entire life.
All the people that stay in my life I've met at bars, but I don't like being there.
What, you don't
I
want
met Vox at a bar too.
Did you?
Yeah, technically. We were at Colossal Con right next to one of the tiki bars.
Yeah.
Oh, I just
well,
met you in
no,
a
we
room.
were under the tiki bar.
That sounds
You were
dope.
very-
we
were
met
very
Vox in the
green hair.
lobby of the Kalahari.
Yeah, but right next to that, like the little there's like the little restaurant thing, and then there's the bar.
There was a
that's right
bar.
next
There's
to
a bar in the-
proximity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't remember that bar.
in the lobby.
It's
up
fine.
There's a lot of things I don't
You
remember
don't
about
remember
the
much.
Kalahari.
Yeah.
That's the very first time I met you guys. Was right next to that little
Was
bar.
I there?
No, that was.
I think I met you in the room when you were playing a D&D game.
I met
Yeah.
Erica at a coffee house.
So I haven't met you in a bar.
Anyway,
I met you in a car.
True.
we're not gonna talk
While
about
Jake
that.
was sitting there with a can of Raid, a
No, we don't talk about
That's
Bruno.
called evidence.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Plausible deniability, Nind. Learn it.
I keep those things in my truck all the time. Don't worry about it.
You do.
They're important. You don't
I've
know
been
when
in your
wasps
truck.
will
You just
show
have
up.
those in your car.
You do.
Yeah, I do. My tomahawk's in there now.
Yeah,
Listen, I read Hatchet as a kid, and I realized that a sharp object in the shape of an axe is very useful for survival.
So we're getting to this bar, right? That has the stronger drinks, the moonshine stuff.
I
Okay,
think
so there are 2 places that you guys were actually going to. So there was the Brandy Bar, which is what
Is
But
it
that
late
was
enough?
in the evening.
That's a quest.
that's
Yeah.
the Hilda Brandy.
Yeah.
Is it evening right now?
No.
No.
That's the side quest in evening.
Yeah.
And then there's the Drunken Moon Tavern, which also has more stuff, but that is out.
Drunken Moon was Hildebrandy.
No, it wasn't. I know for a fact because I named the Brandy Bar after his last name.
I have a note here that says Hildy Moon.
Hildy Moon, yeah.
I have notes that say otherwise.
You said the wrong thing and changed everything.
Yeah.
Well,
It does not matter.
It does not matter. I'm just being difficult.
I'm aware. But yes, so the Brandy Bar is different from the Drunken Moon, and that is not where Hilda Brandy will be. He will not be in the Drunken
We
Moon.
don't need to get to him anyway.
I thought that he wanted us to meet him at the Drunken Moon.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
in
the
the
evening.
In the evening. Okay.
It's not evening yet.
Also, the Drunken Moon Tavern is in the warehouse district, so it's a little bit out of the way.
Would... Is there a chance that the underground may be kind of doing their own festival of holy water?
You never really went into the Undercity.
Yeah, obviously.
Bethel would probably kill you.
I didn't know it I forgot that it existed.
You had been gone for a while.
Yeah, I completely forgot about it, that thing.
I'm pretty sure Bethel would murder you if you went down there.
She told me to enjoy the festival.
I'm pretty
And-
sure she meant like the festival in the city, not under the city.
Well, that might be where they're selling those talismans that would make it so that you could get drunk, and then
Weren't
you
we
could drink more than
Told the
feeling...
name of the place that was selling those?
Were we?
Yeah, we were.
I did not write
You
it
were never
down.
given where they're being sold. You know where you can find more information about
Right.
them.
Is that the Drunken Moon?
Yes.
Oh, so it's the same place? Oh, that's right, it was the same place.
I would like to play a game.
What
Alright.
game?
I don't know. Wherever we're going.
Oh.
I can play a flute, but that's not a game.
Could
Are
be
there
a
any
game.
drinking contests?
You really want to do this now? I want to wait for everyone else.
Okay.
Roll a d6.
D6. How's a 4?
There's no wrong answer. Alright, so nearby you find a stall, and they have several cups stacked up on top of each other.
Oh, I was just talking about this game.
Yep.
Which game is this?
And they have...
It's the one where they stack up the steins, and if you throw the ball, you can get the plush toy. See, it's right there.
Come one, come all! Take a shot at knocking these steins over.
Oops, sorry.
You're fine. You've got
Who
a tiny
would-
foot. You think it's gonna
That's
hurt?
true.
Who would like to take a shot at this?
He's never played before.
Never played? You know what? Here's a ball for free. Go ahead and give it a shot.
What am I doing?
There are... Which...
You knock down the steins.
Throw
Do
it at
your
those
do your
things.
carnival barker routine.
Alright, God damn it.
I don't.
Throw the ball at the steins, see how many you knock over. If you can knock them all over, you win a prize! Okay, you're actually going to roll either a strength or dex attack. You are not proficient in throwing balls.
Am I?
Do you have proficiency with darts?
Are they a simple weapon? I'm
Yes.
I am proficient.
Alright, then yes, you are proficient with it.
We are proficient in throw ball.
Which is...
I'm just kind of using dart as the...
I don't know how to... Oh my god.
What did you roll?
Did you roll inspo?
Was it a natural one?
Nope.
What was it?
The opposite of that.
A nat 20.
A nat 20? That's funny.
Why did you look at me?
I don't know. Just
That's why I said, oh no. So, and then it's the number of your dex, which is 5, plus your proficiency, which is 5, so 30.
well, it's a 20, so it automatically hits.
Oh, right, it's an attack roll.
So go ahead and roll a d4.
I have one of those.
You're actually gonna roll twice because this is a fucking critical hit.
He's never
Shattered
played
the
before. Have a
stein.
ball on the house. You fucking sandbaggers.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, you knock all 3 cups
Oh my
over
god.
quite easily, and the vendor just goes.
Give him a ticket anyway.
I would like to look as shocked as him, at least.
Fairy's just like,
Well, congratulations on that. And he's going to hand you a like a funny-looking amulet.
what is this?
Now you put it on. You won it.
Okay. What is this exactly?
Cursed.
Oh, is that one of those amulets that makes people able to drink when they normally can't drink?
No.
Yes.
Hey, now you can get drunk!
What? Is it actually?
I don't know. Gotta find out.
Hold on. I have a good way of figuring out who to get a drink from next. Who here has the best ale?
That's not going
I go to whoever's the loudest.
I've got the best ale. No, fuck you. I've got it. Listen. You're all pretty, but fuck you. Mine's the best.
I
Listen,
can't
listen.
believe that happened.
I go to that guy.
Well, you made the right choice, friend.
I need,
Anyway, what are you doing?
I can't believe that happened.
I need 5.
I can't even
5
play
tickets.
the game.
I get them
sorry.
5
I
tickets.
can't follow that. I have to go play a different game.
I was like, oh, you've
Now.
never done this before.
Now, that was
Hydrate.
your free throw, but
Yes.
if you'd like to give it another go, a few more, and you could trade in your prizes for something bigger.
I don't know what the fuck's going on, my dude.
Might
Do you
need
want
to
a
get him
bigger
off the
prize?
juice a little.
He's a druid.
I have never been to the...
And?
He doesn't know what this stuff is.
Got it. Well, if you give me a ticket, you might be able to win a magic item.
Okay. You...
Do you
All
want
right.
to play 2 Eldwin?
No.
Go ahead and give it a toss.
Do I look like someone that throws things?
The fact that I'm actually proficient
Probably
is
don't look
stupid.
like I can shoot a bow and arrow either, but
16,
that happened.
No, you
26.
look more like you can shoot a
All right,
bow
that'll
and
hit.
arrow
Go ahead and
throw
roll
a
a
rock.
d6.
A d6 this time.
Oh wait, no, d4.
3.
Your ball hits the steins, but bounces off.
Tragic.
Oh, but nice try. You'll have to do better next time.
Must have been beginner's luck.
Yeah, clearly.
No, the game's just rigged.
Stop doing that!
Wrong arm.
I'm gonna go grab the sling and make you wear it.
I will not wear the sling.
I don't think that's part of. I think that was not a choice they were gonna give you.
So it was like very genuine surprise they knocked anything over the first time.
Yes, genuine shock.
Much less all of it.
I wasn't expecting a natural 20 on the first roll.
With almost max damage on the gnat.
I was sitting here like, holy shit. Farron, what the hell?
Would you like to give it a go?
I don't know if I can follow that.
I didn't follow that, so.
Sure, why not?
All right.
Could I have a ticket, please?
Listen, you
You
just
got
had
a
to
free
buy-
throw. They get a free throw too, right?
Well,
No, it was.
he's not from around these parts.
I'm from the other end.
I actually look like I'm from here for a fucking change.
All right, give her a toss.
Listen, you've got like 200 tickets. What do you want about?
So, would I also be proficient then, since it would be a simple weapon, because I'm proficient in dagger, which is a simple weapon?
Oh.
Do you have proficiency with simple weapons?
I have proficiency with ukulele. I've done my character sheet so many times, it's not on here anymore.
Oh, I handed
I don't think half elves get the same
It's not-
proficiency.
That's
set.
Shipwake.
That's not the part I'm using.
That's not
Come on.
what.
No, because the reason Tavern has it is because of. Oh no, Drew's also getting that because it sticks.
You have proficiency with simple weapons being a pro.
Okay. I thought so. So.
Most classes get proficiency with simple weapons.
Your bribe was successful.
Do not vibe with this soil. Hello, I am here.
Oh,
I just rolled a 19.
This game is just calling to high rolls.
27?
roll a d4.
That's not a d4.
Hot.
Yes, it is hot. How's a 1?
Another glancing blow. Oh, I'm so sorry. Would you like to try again?
We're playing Tankard Tip. You want to play?
I hit a nat 20 on the first throw.
Go. I'll play.
I just realized what's your string?
Yeah, I'll play.
Nakane about to fucking clean house.
I did a dex throw.
I also did a dex.
I can't remember what giant's belt she has.
It's the one that it doesn't take her strength above.
Belt of
No.
Hill Giant Strength.
That's the lowest one, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Hold on. Gotta.
Sorry, I'm distracted with.
Yeah, food's here now.
Sorry, I meant to have this done much sooner, so it wasn't a distraction.
Also, we apologize for eating on stream. We we haven't had dinner, so
I have not eaten all day.
And it's not.
I did that one better.
I mean I haven't eaten since I woke up.
Okay, so yeah, your modifier is
Hey,
plus
same
5.
club.
Yeah, it's marked on my sheet.
Apparently not, because that's 20, and the hill giant strength gives you 21.
Oh,
21 doesn't give you a higher.
Yeah.
yeah. I think that's why I left it. Okay.
It's the
Yeah,
principle of the thing, though.
I'll take a crack at it.
Make a strength or dex attack.
Okay.
And she's definitely proficient.
Lance is cheering you on a wiener.
Thanks, Wance! I left my phone upstairs. Oops. Oh well. 14,
That's also a hydrate.
15, 16, 17, 18,
Yeah,
19,
hydrate.
20, 21,
We already did that one.
24.
Did we? Oh, I didn't see it.
Okay, roll a
Whoops.
d4. You know what? I
You
realized
know
I should
what?
have.
Let's do another one anyway. Hydrate.
I should have. I should have had you guys add your dex mod to the damage.
Oh.
But the results are going to be the same.
Plus
So a
5.
D4.
That would have been a 4.
Yeah.
D4 plus whatever.
Your strength.
Okay.
Whichever one you used for the attack.
3,
That'd be an 8.
5, 6, 7, 8. 8.
The 8. Okay, so hold on. The 8 was the one that you missed with, or the one that you hit?
The one I hit with would have been 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The one I missed with would have been was an 8.
Sorry, I have to adjust some of my math because I'm trying to make it so the roll that you guys did.
I have a 5 dex mod.
Yeah, and I have a 5 strength mod.
What did you roll on the d4?
3.
Okay.
I have a 3 dex mod.
You managed to knock over a few cups, but it's okay. So you throw the ball, it collides with the steins, and you see them like wobbling for a second, and then they don't fall over.
Well, that was fun.
You can always give it another go.
Do it. It's rigged. I know what it is.
I'll do it again.
Okay. I'll give it another go.
There's 2 setups, so you guys can
Okay.
do it at the same time.
21. And then roll my d4.
What did you roll?
8 again.
Do you want to take a guess?
A natural 20.
You know how we were talking earlier about how I like to roll high, apparently?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Okay, and you rolled a 26. You said?
21. And then the other roll, the d4 was an 8.
D4 was a
8.
oh. You get to roll the d4 twice.
Yep. I rolled 2 of them. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Tavern,
Yep.
you knock yours over. Unfortunately, Nikane, they also kind of wobbled and didn't fall over again.
That's
But
fine.
it felt very close to the last time, in fact. Exactly.
I mean, I've been drinking. Like, whatever.
Don't worry, I'm apparently throwing curveballs out this shit.
What about you, Tal? You want to throw a ball?
No, I don't.
You okay, Cal?
Yeah.
I'm not
Oh,
gonna-
also, I got you an ale.
Awesome.
From that guy over there, because he was the loudest.
This is so good.
So yeah, I knocked it over again. I admit, I'm apparently good at this.
Apparently.
He hands you a ring. Congratulations! Few more, and you might be able to trade it in for something bigger.
Okay, how much is a few more?
Ticket each. Ticket per throw.
No, it hasn't. How many things knocked over is
3!
3 more? Or 3 in total?
3 in total. Because if I say any more, it'll go on for way too fucking long.
Yeah. Sure, let's buy 2. Nah, I'll do 1 more. That's not on that 20. 27.
27? Alright, roll a d4.
Yeah. Oh, 4. 9.
Alright. You managed to knock them over. Again. This time it's a little bit, it's not as,
Clean.
it's not as clean. So they kind of begin to wobble and then they collapse. Well, well, well. Looks like you won your 3rd game. Now, Jake has to pull up the fucking list of...
I'm just surprised.
I'm not.
Should I get Farron some knives so he can throw at people? I guess.
Just really, like, very sharp, heavy thorns.
I think I've got a spell for that.
Probably.
I think it's called Ice Knife, actually.
No, that turned out really good.
Alright.
Did the veggies make Monkey Brain happy?
Well, if you would gladly give me those other... Actually, you can keep those. That's... I realize that that's stupid for them to ask for shit back. Go ahead and take these.
Isn't it? But they do.
And he drops a pair of dice in your hand. Oh wait, no, it's 1 die. It's
Okay.
a d6. Now, this little thing, whenever you roll it, You control which number comes up.
Oh, so it's a cheater's die.
So the rigged game.
So it's yeah. So the rigged game gave you a rigged game.
Wait. Okay.
It does require attunement.
It does require attunement to the rigged die. I don't think I can attune to anything else.
I can't.
I like that. I like the Stone of Good Luck that buffs all of my stats by 1.
But a power move for people to know that you have a loaded die, but not know that you're not attuned to it.
Oh, I can actually attune to it. I only have 2 attuned items. Hey, look at that.
Also, if you run out of attunement slots, you can always stop attuning to an item.
Yeah, I know. That was more checking if I had anything that I cared about, which I care about the Staff of the Woodlands and I care about the Stone of Good Luck.
And then you can always reattune to the old item.
Yeah.
Isn't the mask also an attuned item?
No. Wondrous item, uncommon.
Yeah.
No attunement. I thought the figure in the Wondrous Power was, but it's not.
Would anyone else like to give it a go?
I would like another drink, please.
I just got you a drink.
No, out of
Oh.
character.
Do we want to split
Out
for
of in character.
Do we want to split for a break real quick? It's 9:30.
Ah, yes, that is probably a good idea.
We can just shovel this food in our faces.
All right, so we will be back for. We're gonna quickly refill our drinks, get this food out of the way because making drinks is loud. So we will be right back after this.
These messages.
After this,
This song.
After these songs.
Tired of the road, tired of the sun. Miss my missus and her home cooked buns. Our backs are bent, our feet are sore. Traveling along on the barren moor. But that's alright, that's okay. 'Cause we'll drink ale anyway. Nightwood grows heavy, stout grows trim. Harefoot gets hairy. Raise your flagons and fill them to the brim. That's alright and that's okay, 'cause we're all halflings anyway. This brew, that song, we dance together all night long. Dragon so dark, dark as night, failed to fly from the arrow's bite, fell from above on the tailor's house. Hey everybody, get your dragon suit and blouse! This brew, that song, we dance together all night long. Tired of the road, tired of the sun, miss my missus and her home cooked buns. Our backs are bent, our feet are sore, been traveling long on the barren moor. But that's alright, that's okay, we'll drink ale anyway.
time. Oh, Molly's bride, the most exalted man. When it's time to life from girls, just come and give the bride a twirl. To your every taste, be orc or elf or forfeit high. For a price, they'll bring their friends, and you'll be envied far and wide. Oh, Molly's bride, the best girls in the land. To your every need, there's no place that I'd rather be. Jump into a kraken's jaws or pluck out a beholder's eye. I'd do most anything I can to be with those sweet Molly's bride. Oh, Molly's bride, no other I can stand. I've traveled far and wide to see, there's no place that I'd rather be. Tumbling with lovely Molly's brides. Time in bed had been well spent, I'll fondly keep in mind the lovely face and other parts of fair sweet Molly's bride. Oh, Molly's bride, the best girls in the land. To your every need, there's no place that I'd rather be. Oh, Molly's bride, no other I can stand. Far and wide the sea, there's no place that I'd rather be.
Seven seas, sailing with the Jolly Roger, but it's what we see. Aboard the vessel and get the copper, raise your kettles and have a fire. You blunder to feeling with plum. We are Buccaneers. Now let's celebrate with rum. Yo-ho, matey ho, I tell you about boy. But before we hit the high tide, pour me another black Janko wine. Once I was in the bridge, sailing through peaceful waters, quite 3 ships to the wind. Suddenly appears the crock and blow me down. Must be the work of Davy Jones. Bring a spring upon her for the love of Neptune. Hey, behold. Yo ho, matey ho, I tell you about boy. But before we hit the high tide, pour me another black Janko wine. All hands above, get the chest to the boat. Swim it to Scotland and get to the shore. And home, earnings. Don't leave a piece of egg. Let's get to the coast where the fiddlers bring away. Finally got to the sun while the ship sinks in the water. Son of a biscuit eater! I really need a clap of thunder. We'll see each other again. Your monster, I'll beat you up. Now let's find a place to drink and crack the gin stick. Yo ho, matey ho! black jack of wine. Sing with me, yeah.
Yo-ho, matey-ho, I tell you I'm bored, but before we hit the high tide, pour me another black jack of wine. Yo-ho, matey-ho, I tell you I'm bored, but before we hit the high tide, pour me another black jack of wine.
Despite of the seven seas, sailing with the Jolly Roger, but it's what we see. Aboard the vessel and get a copper, raise your cuttles and have a fire, blunder to fill 'em with plum.
We are buccaneers.
Now let's celebrate with rum.
Yo-ho, matey-ho, I tell you I'm bored, but before we hit the high tide, pour me another black jack of wine.
Once I was in the bridge, sailing through peaceful waters, quite 3 ships to the wind, when suddenly appears the Kraken.
Blow me down.
Must be the work of David Jones. Bring a spring upon her, for the love of Neptune, hey behold.
Yo-ho, matey-ho, I tell you I'm bored, but before we hit the high tide, pour me another black jack of wine.
All hands above, get the chest to the boats. We meet to scuttle and get to the shore.
And hold me earnest.
Don't leave a piece of aid. Let's get to the coast where the fiddlers scream away.
Tower.
All right, and we are back. By the way, one of you bumped the camera again.
Wasn't me.
Oh,
That or it's drifting.
Rose raided while we were on our mid-roll. Hi, Rose and Raiders. How are you
Hello.
guys?
I don't have my phone still because I'm eating drugs.
Oh, good job, Rose. I expect nothing less of you. Hi.
We're back though.
Yes.
Also, it's my job to eternally be
I think
disappointed in you.
it's drifting downwards, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And now I'm off center again.
Throw
Yeah, we'll
hands.
throw hands.
Do
You
it.
can fight me.
It needs to aim further
You
to
won't
your
win.
left.
Yes, too far.
Technical difficulties.
On my D&D stream? Never.
Jake, can I go fight a Canadian?
Always.
Why?
Why do you need Jake's permission?
He's the boss.
What?
El Presidente.
You're graduating soon.
And then I just got sad.
Good
I
job.
remembered Angel Beats.
Yep, that's exactly what my reach was. Good, I'm glad.
Let me just...
Wait, what?
Sad anime, but good anime.
Just to give everyone else the feels who has seen it.
Are you okay, Fox?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you tired?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you need a hug?
No, I'm okay.
No,
You
don't
look
get.
like how I look during like the last half hour of HC.
See.
House Catboy.
Yeah, the gay house catboy bar that
Oh.
Micah and I work at on Friday nights.
Got it.
Which is on Final Fantasy XIV.
Oh, I see.
I do not want this overlap in my life.
You literally invited people that are. Okay. Y'all invited people, because it's never me.
Look, Sora likes to attend the streams, and Lance also really enjoys D&D. I haven't gone beyond that.
And also, last I checked, Lance is part of House Catboy, because
Yes.
I recall hearing something about Lance's ass showing up in pictures all the time. So
Yes,
It's very nice.
it's very nice.
I'm sure.
And then Rory and Melody and, yeah, okay.
See, I understand what...
Why even bother to plug it? Everybody already knows it. They work there already, or they come every weekend.
For the people who don't go? Alright, so, you guys were playing the toss game. Do you guys want to continue doing that, or do you want to move on?
I want to move on.
Drinking contest.
Weren't you talking about going to all the different...
Yeah, I thought we were.
Yeah, but with drinking contest.
Aldwin got
I can
distracted.
beat you.
Not if I cheat.
No cheating!
She doesn't need to cheat. I can cheat for her.
Oh my gosh. This party is really the example of if you just live long enough, you become an adult, and then it's everybody else's problem.
If you live long enough in this world, you soon become the villains.
I'm not a villain.
I am.
I was born with hands, and I'm gonna make that everybody else's problem.
Yeah. Kind
Every
of.
rogue ever.
Crow teeth, actually.
You just list that as fair necklace and ring.
Yeah. Alright, so, one of you wants to do a drinking contest. What do the rest of you want to do? Do you want to...
I'm just along for the ride.
You're gonna drink with me at the drinking contest.
I'm not going to enter a drinking contest.
I'm going to enter you into a
You are
drinking
not going to do
contest.
that. I will refuse.
What if you enter yourself twice? Do you think maybe you'll show up from the other time?
I swear to God, if Aldwin is on
How
a
do
drinking
I-
contest roster like 4 times and there are 4 of them,
How
I'll
do I call one of my other selves?
I don't know. You're the one that lives like that.
Wait, hold on, I can actually...
With that phone thing that you're constantly on about.
Pickpocket time.
I mean, you could always paper bird yourself.
I could.
It's gonna fly directly into your eye.
I hope.
It's up to you if you want to try.
I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm going to write a thing to Aldwin Orbrandir that says, "Come join the drinking contest," and throw it in the air.
How many birds do you think are going during a festival like this?
Probably quite a few.
That's so cool.
Flying paper birds all over the place.
I
Alright.
mean, I'll take a shot at a drinking
Need more of
contest. It's
yourself?
still a little
Easy.
early,
Multiverse. Yes, Proctor.
I don't think it's early. We've been going at this this day in
we're
the drinking
probably-
festival for 3 sessions now.
Yeah, it's starting to become evening.
Yeah, it sounds like we know where we're going then.
Alright, so Aldwin, you fold up the paper bird. Or the paper bird folds itself and starts flying. Away.
There's another me here.
Oh,
I don't want to meet him. One of you's enough.
What's this face?
You okay over there?
Are you going to follow the paper bird?
Aldwin, it just flew off.
Yes.
Alright. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
You can't see your double.
Kill your double.
You can't see your double. That's how you turn into a dragonborn in that one time.
13.
13?
Dragonkin.
You just barely see it go down an alley.
Is it going to a manhole cover?
It sure is.
God damn it.
God damn it.
Simone's with the other Aldwin.
Oh my god. You walk in, Simone's like, weren't you just here? And Elvin's like, I am meeting you now for the first time.
Smoke just. This is not the weirdest friend
Is
I
Eamon there
have.
too?
Yeah.
Eamon's just
Eamon's
like,
gonna think it's the best thing ever.
Yeah.
he's gonna be, oh!
He's gonna be very excited.
Double friend!
Twice the friend!
Twice the friend!
There's a couple.
I go back to the party. The other me is in the underground.
Ooh.
Man, Tell's just having an anxiety attack.
Hey, Tell,
What did did you write to yourself anyway?
Come join the drinking contest.
That is so incredibly vague.
There
He'll
are
figure it
probably
out.
so many.
He's pretty smart.
Did you sign it, or do you think... Are you gonna recognize
It's my own
your-
handwriting. Like, I gotta recognize it, right?
Do you
I mean,
recognize
that depends. Is that your handwriting in every timeline?
You could try writing another one. By the way, this is another you.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll
It
do
flies a
that.
different direction.
You might want to just write, hey, there's a drinking contest here. You should come join me and Nakane. Signed yourself.
I do not
guess.
want to be in the timeline where the entire drinking contest is run and participated in by Alduin.
It's just a legion of Aldwins.
I
They're
don't.
the servers.
I do not want to go to this multiverse.
All the Alduins are dressed differently. Like, some of them are dressed like bar wenches.
Are some of them like from Alduin Con? And they're doing their own interpretation of a different timeline of themselves that they heard about.
It's a
Are you implying that
reenactment
the
about
Aldwins are
myself.
all cosplaying as each other.
Yes.
Can I have the taunts?
All right.
Yes, we are implying that.
Are you okay?
So, with you guys sending paper birds into the sewers, now, are you going to try to participate in the drinking contest?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay.
No.
You guys start to look around, and there appears to be a stage that drinking contests, maybe eating contests take place. Nobody's up there.
Okay.
It's too late in the day.
Nakane would ask around about the stage and...
Oh yeah, they hold those drinking contests at least once a day.
Alright,
But,
when's the next one?
Well, I think they're done for the day since they're trying to get everyone into the city.
Ugh.
But should have one tomorrow, bright and early.
Perfect.
Oh, that's how we're starting the day tomorrow.
Okay, so we're gonna find this Brandy person.
Yeah, we should
Yeah,
go to the
but
drunken moon.
we're also dealing with the fact that there are two Alduins in the city.
I'm ignoring that fact.
That could be
Maybe
why.
more
I am
than two.
patently ignoring that fact.
We should go to the Brandy Bar.
I was
Yeah,
You
let's go
set me on
there.
fire once.
I'm here
There
they...
was
Huh?
You set me on fire once.
Okay, and that's like a rite of passage to being my friend.
No!
yeah, we could do that
You
and
set a
then
wood elf on fire.
check on tells people in the morning. Maybe give Alduin a time to leave so that we don't run into Alduin.
Why do you not want to run into the other me?
I feel like that would be disturbing on several levels. I've technically already run into a different version of you.
Yeah, you've met me twice.
I have.
I've met you twice. The first you three times.
3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times. The first you set my apartment on fire.
There was fire involved,
There
yes.
was lots of
Why are you
fire.
always setting
You set me
people
on fire.
I like
I
fire.
don't think I got on fire. I remember you getting on fire.
I was unconscious at the time. I didn't even get a dodge roll. I was
And,
just on
like-
fire.
And like all of Nakane's apartment. She had really important paintings in there from her mom.
Or, my granddaughter.
The other half of those are frozen.
Well, when I inevitably go back in time, I'll make sure to save them before they burn.
OMG and Alduin from a timeline where the rest of the group died. That was the first Alduin, I think.
Yep.
No, second Aldwin.
That was like, oh my god, you guys are alive.
Third Alduin, because the first Alduin was Masks of the Dead.
Yes.
Second Alduin was Into the Serpent Strip. And the
And
third
then the
Alduin...
third Aldwin was the one that was with Tell. Okay, so it's the third Aldwin.
I'm sure there's more in there with the number of time jumps, but we're not going to worry
Is
about
this
it.
the 4th then?
No, I think I'm still the same Aldwin as Into the Serpent Strip. No.
No, you're a different Alduin because you
You are
already
different.
researched.
Yeah, because you vanished in the house and then reappeared in the
No,
house.
you're the same one from Flames of Felina, but the Flames of Felina one is not the same one from earlier.
Oh my god.
Aldwin the 4th.
At least.
This is a choice you made in this character.
Listen,
Anyway,
it all stemmed from the fact that I would occasionally not have to be here, and now I'm capable of being here every session.
And now you gotta deal with the consequences of your previous actions.
Yep. So this Brandy person wants us to help them with a thing?
Yes,
Yeah.
he seemed like quite a gentleman.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Alright, so
He had energy.
where should we go to? Like, is he at his family bar, or...
He said to see him at the Lonely Moon, I thought, to talk about the
Brandy Bar.
details.
The
I
Brandy
thought that
Bar.
he didn't want it to be...
No, it was definitely at his bar.
My brain doesn't
Yeah.
always remember.
Okay, well, let's go to the Brandy Bar then.
Alright, you guys are able to navigate there either by asking around or... I mean, it's a festival. Nobody's going to say, oh, fuck off!
Oh, yeah.
Except
I mean-
for maybe some drunkard who doesn't realize who they're talking to.
If they do, I make them sober.
You're going to spend more...
Yes. How many?
So you're out of spell points for the day.
I was going to say, drunk people?
No,
At this
as in
time of the
ones that
day?
tell us specifically to fuck off.
Oh, no.
Can I transfer you some of my spell points?
Is it like 1 or 2? Because I will actually spend.
It is
spell points.
possible.
I don't like that.
I don't like that look at all.
So yeah, is that 1 or 2 or?
Tell,
Nah, you don't run into any.
can I have my stilts?
No.
Do you want to lose all your tickets? Because I'd like to keep those within the group. For reasons.
I'll just have you hold on to them and then...
Again, if you put your stilts on during the festival and you start walking around, we will get stopped every 3 seconds with people asking for tickets, and it will take us 3 hours to get to the place we're going.
Eldwin, don't you want to see a fancy bow tie?
What?
Oh, the bold guy did have a very fancy bow tie. Did
Oh, this man is very big too, isn't
Yes,
he?
he is a large, fancy gentleman.
That's what you like.
And he specializes in alcohol.
Several things you like.
His
doesn't-
family, in fact, has made alcohol their practice. You might have many things in common
He
with this
doesn't-
large gentleman.
I must seduce the family. One after the other.
Sure. Yeah, you can.
Or
do that.
simultaneously, it doesn't really matter.
You might not survive more than one of them at a time.
If they're all that big, it's like the fucking Armstrong family where they're all just fucking huge.
Just jacked.
I'm saying nothing.
I can't say anything.
Alright, so, the Brandy Bar is a fairly fancy building. It's got very intricately carved trim, that some of it looks like it's in gold leaf, even. And the tavern sign, it's just a glass with a brown liquid in it. With fancy text that says, the Brandy Bar.
And this must be the base.
It's not. I mean, this whole town is loud, which. Forgot the music. But yeah, so the whole town's loud. You're not really sure if it's coming from inside the tavern. There's noises everywhere. Theron, you are probably more than a little perturbed by how insane this is, because at least in the Southern Spear, it was business as usual.
Yeah.
This is a lot of activity.
Yeah.
Right.
A lot of drunken activity by this time.
Yeah.
I don't like people at the best of times. There's a lot of people here.
As entering into the bar, you get hit with a waft of like campfire smoke scent. The entire inside is like stained woods. Fancy paintings hung on the wall of some very buff individuals.
It is the Armstrong family. I wasn't wrong.
It's like the Final Fantasy version of the
Yeah.
Armstrong family,
Yeah.
though. So it's
Like, the dad shows up and suplexes his son into the dirt, and he looks
Yeah.
like a carrot.
Nah, they're
only
just
wears
not my type.
briefs.
He only wears briefs.
Yeah. Yeah, he
that-
just, like, runs around in briefs and suplexes people.
One of the paintings is a older gentleman with a white mustache and beard, and hair that stands up.
I have to bring Cadfael here.
Who?
A friend of mine.
That one of the ones that's in the sewer.
Presumably. I think it's him, Simone, the name in the
There's
game.
And Aldwin, apparently.
And apparently Aldwin.
there's also a bar or a bard.
A bard.
A bard inside, serenading the bar with music.
Road work ahead. Yeah, I sure hope it does.
You guys probably know someone that lives down there, I just realized. Aldwin doesn't, but literally everyone else here does.
What?
What?
Grim. And Yass.
I thought they lived in the Heartlands.
No, they live in the City of Gold.
Oh. Hey, guess we're gonna bump into Grimald, maybe.
Depends on how the DM's feeling about role-playing Grim and Yass.
I mean, honestly, what's
Apparently
going to
we
happen is a child is going to pickpocket us. And we're not gonna notice, or by some miracle, somebody will notice.
I've heard 21 passive perception.
Yeah, mine's 20.
Rona will still get through.
Yeah, Rona's good.
We gotta change her name.
Whoops!
Whoops!
We gotta change that child's name now.
I mean, she had a full name. That was just a nickname.
Yep, it's changing now.
Yeah, the full name was Corona.
No.
I mean, Corona still means crown. And there's a beer. Not a very good beer, in my opinion, but, you know.
It's better with lime.
Where's this fucking tall-ass dude?
Okay, right.
He's hard
Yeah,
to,
we're trying
Now
to...
that we're back at the plot.
Yeah.
he's hard to miss.
Yeah, you guys won't have to search very hard because the very large man that you met earlier bounds up to you. Welcome to my family's establishment, adventurers!
As he gets within like 20 feet of Myth, it's like a wave of stupid overtakes her.
I'm so glad you could make it. Would you like a drink while you're here? It is the Festival of Holy Water, after all.
Absolutely.
Wonderful!
Sure.
God damn it.
Tavern keeper's choice. Surprise me. I'll drink about anything.
George! Get these fine adventurers a drink!
George.
George!
On me!
I'd like it in a glass.
What?
Well, I believe George will definitely take care of that.
Is George made of
You alright, Bucks? Buddy?
Yeah.
Pal?
Yeah.
You okay?
No.
Now please, take a seat, and we will talk.
Nakane sits at the bar.
I'll sit wherever he designated us to sit.
The bar.
Okay.
The bar will work. And then this grizzled old dwarf who looks like he's had enough shit for 3 lifetimes.
No, hey, welcome to the club.
There you go, your drinks.
Thank you.
And he walks away.
That's fair.
Bye.
And then from behind the bar, Brandy kind of like slides up. Well, glad you could join me. I have not met your friends here, but would you mind introducing me to them?
Oh, yes, do I actually need to roleplay through? This is Nakane.
My name is Telemen.
Well, it is nice to meet all of you.
Same.
Now, to business at hand. Well, as I explained to your friends, I had some ale for this particular year's competition, and it has miraculously gone missing. But while you were gone, I was able to do a little investigating
Oh no.
myself, and I believe it to be fairies.
I'm out.
Well, I had no other...
We've already done the fairies. We might as well, I mean...
Fairies?
Yes, because I mixed
I have
honey
no
with
fairies.
it.
Ah, that'll do it.
And it magically disappeared.
there for that.
And I have no other explanation other than that.
Is that like the only investigating you did?
You had that other
Yes!
Well, this should be a snack for you.
Okay.
Threatening me with...
Now, the problem is I don't know where the fairies would take my ale to.
They're home, probably.
Where would that be?
Elithra.
No.
Well then, why don't we go there post-haste?
Bad idea.
Can we just fuck off to Elithra from here in the city? I don't think we
I
can.
don't want.
Theoretically.
That sounds like a horrible place to be.
You
I
can.
didn't think it was that bad.
You can. We might as well take a look first just to make sure that's what happened.
Well, if you'd like, you can take a look at the crime scene.
Yeah.
Good plan.
Fairies get blamed for a lot.
That's true.
Let's start with the crime scene and
We'll go from there.
We'll see where it goes.
The amount of PTSD this group has about the Fae.
Tal really did not have a terrible time in Elithra. He was pretty chill most of that whole session.
By the way, sir, I have to say, this is fantastic.
Thank you. That would be my father's brew.
Compliments
Wait.
to the brewer.
Yes, that is my father's brew.
Is that the one thing he's good at knowing?
Absolutely fantastic. I might have to
His family's
purchase a bottle of such if that is possible.
Ah, yes. George will be able to help take care of that.
My grandmother is quite the fan of your family's drinks. And I can see
Well,
why.
who isn't a fan? Anyway, to the crime scene.
I love this guy.
He's going to take you guys. He's going to take you guys to the back of the bar, like behind the bar, and back there they have all of their brewing supplies. And along the wall there are several casks as well. But there is a particular area that looks pretty barren. It's a small corner of the room. Looks like there would have been about 6 barrels that were here, and they are
Missing.
there's nothing. They're not there.
Do they look like they've just been taken out of stock? Like, is the crime scene just, this shelf is empty?
I don't know. Give me an investigation check.
Oh, let's look what I found at the bottom sheet.
Oh. Things.
You want me to help you with that?
How do you spell protege?
Sure.
You get advantage.
P-R-O-T-E-G-E.
Right.
15?
It's spelled very French.
Yeah, they're just gone, I guess. But Hilda Brandy kind of pokes you on the shoulder. Not that corner.
Oh.
No, they were right here. And you turn around, and he just gestures to an open space in the middle of the floor. They were right here. I set them here just days ago.
Were they supposed to go out?
Oh no. Did father sell them? Oh no.
Where is
Do
your
you-
father, by
Do
the
you
way?
have records that your father keeps of where all of
In
the-
my father's office.
We should go there.
Oh no.
I don't have a key.
Where's
I
that?
have
That's not a
key.
problem.
Keys.
Oh, wonderful then. Let's go to his office.
I don't care about keys.
Oh, it's great. We've got our own.
I'm a
All right.
criminal.
So he's gonna take you now upstairs, and he presents you this door. It is
Please tell me it has like his father like on the door like this or something like this.
yes, gilded.
Perfect.
Ostentatious is
Gilded.
the word.
Ah yes, here's my father's office. Now about getting in. How did you plan to do so?
Sir who doesn't care about keys.
I cast knock.
No, give me. That's me running through my brain. No, God damn it. Give me the spells.
Well,
No, I have to read the specifics on knock again.
Oh my gosh.
How is it lost?
if it works, it will be a miracle. If it doesn't work, we're just gonna be like, well, what's next? Gas? Clouds?
I've got something.
Alright, you guys hear a loud knock and a click.
Good job, Ella.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Wait, all you did was knock on the door loudly?
It's
I have a
nothing.
very powerful knock.
Interesting. I must develop my
is that a
technique for it.
cantrip?
I can help you.
Is that a cantrip?
Shit! It was not a cantrip.
I can help you. Eldwin vanishes.
No. Alduin disappears.
8. Good.
Why, yes. Yes, he opens the door, locks it from behind, and shuts it again. All right. Let's try it. You...
I hate this man.
Nakane is delighted.
You see
right
him.
now.
You see him like gearing his arm back, and he just punches the door. But in response, the gilded figure of his father punches back, and you see him get knocked on his ass. Oh!
Nakane is delighted right now.
Well, guess my knock isn't quite as powerful as yours, or as subtle.
I knock.
Are you casting the spell again? Okay.
Hey, honey, better roll that die.
10.
All right. Happens again. There's a loud click. The door opens. I guess I'll-
It's not about the strength. It's about the finesse.
I'm going in before he locks it again.
I was prepared to knock again. It's only second level.
Nakane's just walking around this crime scene with a thing of booze in her hand, just like,
I feel like that's just gonna be most of this, is walking around crime scenes with booze.
Drunkenly like, was it supposed to get shipped, man? I don't know. Was it supposed to get shipped? Shit, I don't have the key. Fuck. Where's the paper?
Alright, so you guys walk into his father's office, and there is a very large mahogany desk.
Mahogany.
And on it there are several empty tankards.
I like this man's style.
Is this leaving the realm of several?
Yes.
Okay, so are there any of these your tankard? Or barrel? No, it's not. These are just tankards, not barrels, right?
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yes, these are father's drinking glasses.
And he has.
Are there usually so many?
Oh no, usually there's much more.
I see.
Ah, so he cut back this time.
Oh no, he recently cleaned.
Oh, perfect. That makes sense.
This was from before his meeting, which is where he's at, and we should probably hurry before he returns.
What do we need to find in here?
Well, we have to get into his safe.
Oh.
Good news. I bet you I can open that one too.
Let me give it a hand first.
No. Because if you do it wrong, he might have some kind of alarm on it that alerts him.
Fair point, Magic Man.
I'm not magical. I'm just.
You are.
You are magical.
Roll for
Can't wait for
deception.
this to go horribly.
All right. Well, anyway, father's safe should be somewhere in here.
Divination, where the fuck the barrel at?
All right. Do you guys want to help him
Yeah,
look
we'll
for
help
his
it.
father's safe?
We better.
All right, go ahead and give
last
me
couple
perception
years.
checks.
Perception check. I'm good at this.
16.
13. I've rolled 2 perception checks this session. They were both 13s.
17.
Oh, that's right, I could advantage.
What is my perception? Oh,
A lot.
25. I rolled a 14.
Do you know what a safe is?
Do
Do you know what you're looking for?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, they've already broken into a safe.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Yeah,
In the house
totally
that we
did
bought.
that. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
21.
And then we had all that cheese
Yeah, there was cheese in the safe.
everywhere.
All right, so
Look at the top line. and tell me
Apparently,
what's
Farron could be a very good thief if he wanted to be one.
Yeah, if he had any reason.
all right, so Farron and Tell.
Yes.
While everyone's looking around, Tell, you can basically just stand there and look through the whole room.
Oh yeah, that's right. I can see 360 degrees.
Enter tall.
Oh, I forgot you have a robe of
I
eyes.
do have a robe of eyes. I can see.
Yeah, you guys start looking for things and you just see the eyes.
Do they make like sounds when they move?
No.
No,
They don't.
it's eerily silent. That's almost worse.
I think we've described them as like they're like almost embroidered onto the fabric, but the embroidery moves and the eyes will open.
Okay, that's not as bad as like an actual
it's much
eyeball.
less frightening now.
I was expecting like the windows in your horror mansion.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. The ones inspired from Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh yeah.
Please.
Prides? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah, Pride. I had to think too. I was like, wait.
Yeah, because Pride was not the same one
Pride was the kid in the second one.
in
Brotherhood.
Brotherhood, but not in
In the original series, Pride was
The
King
Fuhrer.
Brad.
the Fuhrer. Yeah.
Fuhrer
So
King
did they
Brad.
find the safe?
Yes. You guys notice a painting that is slightly
Tipped.
ajar.
Oh, that is exactly the same as in the mansion, actually. Oh, the house that we bought.
Yes.
Yeah.
Funny, people like to hide things behind.
Yeah.
Paintings.
Is it a good painting, though?
Is it a painting of the guy? Of
It
his
is-
dad?
No, it's a painting of Hildebrandy.
Aww. He hides his treasures behind a painting of his son.
And his son is posed like this.
Delightful. Delightful. Tel will walk over to the painting and gently.
Okay, maybe he hid it behind that because he knew his son wouldn't, like, move his own picture.
Maybe.
Alright, yeah, you open it up and it's a safe in the wall.
Okay.
You guys have seen this.
Yeah.
Knock, knock. You.
I knock.
Alright, roll.
8.
Okay.
Again?
Yep. There's a click, and the safe opens. Impressive! You really must teach me that technique sometime.
I'm not much of a teacher.
You
just
told
said
him
you could
already.
teach
You would
him.
teach him.
You are like
You,
the most wish-washy
today?
person.
Who are you?
Alderman's
Got
had
a
a few
drink.
drinks.
Somebody grab the papers.
Yeah, are there papers inside?
You open it up, and you do see a collection of papers. You also see there's some gold and jewels and stuff in there as well.
I pulled the
Unimportant.
papers out.
I will
We don't
not
care about those. We're rich enough right
steal
now.
from this man.
All right. Let me take a look there. Hildebrandy grabs the papers. No, just throwing them all across the room.
Tel keeps catching them as he throws them.
I believe I've made a mistake. And you hear from outside the room, indeed you have!
Oh no.
Oh,
I would like to polymorph into a rodent and hide.
I was going for a similar idea of turning into a spider. A small spider.
Hilda! What are you doing in my safe?
I grab these two.
No. I want to see
fine.
what's happening.
I'm fine. Oh, when it's me, I'm fine.
We'll be
What
alright.
are you doing in my office? With your friends?
Admiring the architecture and the paintings.
I'm gonna. If I turn.
He sees the painting wide open, the safe open, Hildebrandy holding papers in his hand.
Tel also holding papers in his hands.
If I turn into a spider.
Well,
the
I'm
creatures
drinking.
I'm holding don't wild shape with me, right?
Wonderful.
Absolutely not.
Did I just
by
turn
the way.
into a cluster of insects?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's
I
amazing.
keep the animal's intelligence when I polymorph.
You sure do.
I just polymorphed into a drunk mouse.
So I'm now not a drunk mouse, but also there I have my intelligence. But I just realized, by the way, the insects I have on me wouldn't polymorph, so now there's just a collection of centipedes and spiders,
Spread just kind of
some of
scattered.
which are sentient.
Your friends.
Your son was under the impression that
Break into insects.
the new draught of ale special for the festival was stolen.
But you, and he points at Hilda. Father, I swear, they're telling the truth! Then why would you get into my recipe book? And you take a closer look at the page and you realize that it's a list of recipes. But, Father, I thought you kept your records in here. No, you fool! Those go with George! Grabs him and suplexes him through the floor.
Through?
Through.
Yes, his legs are sticking out of the floor at this point. There has been a loud crack! Splinters flying, and you just see legs wiggling above.
Nice technique.
Father, no! Please, not again!
I would like to just take a moment to listen. Is this like a normal thing? Like, are the people that are here completely unimpressed that this has happened?
Nobody has said a fucking thing.
Okay.
Nobody has responded.
Okay, this says a lot.
Nice technique, sir.
Yeah, Till just sort of.
Thank you. We've passed the tradition down our family for generations.
I think at this point I turned back into an elf and just grabbed the mouse.
Now, you guys are looking for my son's missing ale.
Do I get bit?
No, Myth was trying to hide. You have a mouse trying very hard to be in sleeve.
He also seems completely unfazed by the fact that two of you just disappeared.
We didn't disappear, we turned into rodents.
He turned into insects.
I turned into a rodent and multiple insects.
Basically disappeared.
14 insects, to be precise.
He was very focused on his son and Tal.
My apologies, sir. I don't think I caught your name.
Did I already give his dad's name?
No.
No.
I forgot what it was.
Till gently
Manderville
places
man.
the recipe book.
Alex Lee.
Oh, right! I know exactly what it is. The name's Hilde. Hilde Brandy the 13th.
Jesus Christ.
Right.
Makes
Nice to meet you, sir.
Thank you.
Gently
And
places the pages that he had caught from Hildebrandy throwing them back into the safe.
why, thank you. And he shuts the safe.
We were
Spins the
looking,
lock. Now,
we were hoping because when we went to look at it, there were no disturbances, so we assumed perhaps they had been sold, so we were looking for a shipping manifest to check and see if that was true.
Rather than the Fae taking them?
That is what we would
my son and those fairies. I swear, they're not around here.
I
I've
just wanted to
checked.
say they're not real.
I checked. I
Now,
also thought
did
he
you
was
check
going to say
under
they're
his
not
bed?
real.
I don't go under his bed. There are disturbing things there.
Oh no.
Anyway, no, my son's an idiot. I took them down to the warehouse the other day.
Ah.
Storage.
Yes. So, just grabs Hildebrandy the 14th by the ankles and pulls him out. Slaps him on the floor. Now, get out of my office.
Imagine Ferris just holding his arm, like, holding to his collar so that there's just a mouse head peeking out of his sleeve because Myth is a mouse still.
Can mending fix broken floorboards like that?
Not
No.
that size.
It
Well-
does like
Oh, well, you guys fixed an entire door with it.
I think there's multiple costs.
a
One, two.
lot of casts.
We've got multiple people
Oh,
with...
no worries about that.
George will fix it.
George will fix it. Poor George.
George probably makes so much money.
Oh, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, if it's... I mean... I'm assuming that the hole he made in the ground was bigger than a foot.
Yes. Yes. Hildebrandy's
Mending to do a foot.
upper torso is much bigger
A
than
foot
1
at a
foot.
time.
I just pat at it a couple times and that ends it.
No, seriously, get out of my office.
Can do.
Can do.
Thank you.
But thank you for dealing with my son's bullshit.
Oh, before we go, do you have anything that can get a druid drunk?
A druid drunk, you say?
His dad died.
It's hardly important to... Why is that every
Ah,
conversation
yes, a
starter?
morning drink.
It makes people
Which is
more
different
likely
from
to
my
have-
morning drink.
Yes. Which is still important.
Yes, it is.
A morning drink?
Yes, a morning drink.
But this is
Got it.
evening.
An evening morning drink.
Yes, which is not the same as a morning drink.
Okay.
And it's different from the morning drink at Awake.
You're a mouse. Shut up.
I want to squeak. Squeak.
Bruxing noises.
He escorts you out of his office. Mm-hmm. George will know.
I'm sure.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Have a good festival.
Do I, like, unturn them from a mouse?
Nah, it's fine.
How long does the spell last again?
I
8
can
hours.
change it when I want.
But you're a mouse. You don't have the intellect to know.
I'm good.
I don't want to keep a mouse in my sleeve for when you turn back into a person and pull out.
I'm a
Comfy,
human
though.
person.
Nakane heads
It
back
will
down
be a
to the
tear
bar.
less than a foot long.
Okay, sure. I'll just have, like, a full-grown fucking half-elf fall out of my sleeve later.
It'll be a hell of a party.
Ta-da!
It'll be a hell of a party trick. Nakane walks back down to the bar.
I've got, like, a full cloak made of fur. You sure you're not hiding in that?
You guys head down the stairs and, like, you can see the whole...
It's like a hoodie.
You've been sleeve. Small.
Or, no, you can't see the hole because Telman did it. Never mind.
If you meet a centipede there, what are you doing to it?
I mean, mice eat
Is it
centipedes.
aggressive? Am I hungry?
I don't know. If you're hungry, it's not aggressive.
Nakane's talking to George.
Don't try to eat my
Could I
centipedes.
get a bottle of...
They're kind of big, but I am kind of
Yes.
hungry.
How much?
Do not
So,
eat my centipedes.
Perfect.
Well, that'll be 3 gold.
Perfect. She hands him 5 gold.
It's a sentient one.
Ah,
It is talking.
thank you.
that's great for
Thank
it,
you.
I guess.
He basically just gave you a
So you'll be able to hear
Oh,
us
yeah.
yell for scream for help.
Yeah.
She takes it and has it under her arm.
Launch a crunch.
Should I be able to just...
Man,
What else
I
do
have
you
to say
for
that
it?
my father was,
Spiders?
quite angry with me there.
Give him a few drinks. He'll be fine.
Chewy.
It's a busy time of week. Time of year.
Well, if it's down at the warehouse, I may still need your help.
You got anything else in here?
No, to get in.
Is it also locked without you having a key?
No.
Drop it.
My dad has several warehouses, and he failed to mention which one.
Why don't we just go ask him?
Oh no, we don't want to do that now.
George,
He's enjoying his evening drink.
George, do you happen to know where the master took,
Nope, don't know, don't
Nope.
care.
Fair enough.
Okay,
Thought
then
I'd ask.
before we go, do you know of a drink that can get a druid drunk?
Of course. Bog water.
Do you have any?
They don't pay me enough.
Do you know where we can get it?
Underground
Perhaps
City,
the
probably.
Undercity?
Kind of eyes you. That would be one place that you could go.
What'd you say?
The Undercity?
Oh. Maybe that's what Eldwin's doing down there with Eamon and Simone. And
Could be.
Now,
Eldwin's down there getting the rest of the coven absolutely plastered.
most of the people that I know that have bog water are not in this city. Very rich collectors.
Fair enough.
Do you guys know what bog water is?
Nope.
We've mostly just heard that it's insane and could get people that are immune to poisons drunk.
Ah, well, you see, there's a story to bog water.
Oh.
There was only one batch ever made. And the creator died. They found him in the batch.
Oh. Oh dear.
What a way to go.
He died in the batch, so the batch is dead people.
So
dead
it's-
people drink.
He really
also.
put himself into
It's
his craft.
alcoholic
He did.
corpse soup.
In a sense, but
Do you think he hopped in?
That's his face.
Do you want a knife, Fox?
Yes. I do.
Do not stab me.
fortunately my wallet's a little bit far from my purse at this moment.
You got those D20s for a reason.
That's not a knife.
You can throw them.
You know,
No.
they talk about work-life balance, but
He had very poor work-life balance. That's why he ended up in there.
You're looking at me like, you want me to drink a corpse soup to get drunk?
I mean, we could find you a one of those talismans instead.
I think you already
yes.
got the test.
Those are quite dangerous, though.
How?
Well, you become vulnerable to poisons.
Oh, it
Is
makes you
this one of
vulnerable to
them?
poison.
Well, yeah, we want to get you drunk because, you know.
There's vulnerable, and then there's not immune. They're different.
it just means
Wait.
you're lightweight now, so you
Yeah.
don't have to drink as much.
That's perfect.
No, it's not. I don't know how many poisonous things Farron has on his person, let alone the spiders that probably bite him.
But yes.
You got anything else in these sleeves?
Well,
by the way?
that wouldn't protect
Just
you.
gonna.
Oh.
Because they're venomous, not poisonous.
True.
That is different.
They are very different things.
Thank you for the information.
It counts
Of
as
course.
poison damage as far as D&D's concerned. Leave me alone.
Jake, we need to come up with a new damage type for D&D.
No. I'm not diving into that. That is not happening.
Jake.
No.
Stop trying to make venom
Oh.
happen.
Myth might poison themselves.
Oh, I already made venom in D&D.
Hey, you remember that dragon meat that I got that's poisoned?
Alright, so.
You got it in your sleeve?
I don't have it in my sleeve, but like if he ever lowers his hand in near his belt. And
You
the
got
mouth.
anything in your sleeves?
Well,
In the sleeves?
then you'd have a half elf in your pockets. Alright, so you said, Hildebrandy, that your father has several warehouses of which to check.
Yes. So, it may be useful for us to ask around the local population there to see where my father took them.
I just remember, Farron's sleeves are like here, by the way, and then they're tied off here. So either you're up here or you're here.
I mean, you could have untied it to let them in.
No.
No.
You've been around rodents enough to know that the push, pull, tug, squish.
Yeah.
I will figure it out.
So
And mice can fit into some relatively...
whatever a bird might
Yeah.
decide to store, like up here, is there.
Oh man, I am living the good life right now. It is warm, it is cozy, and there is food.
Alright.
This is the best festival of holy water I have ever had.
Alright, to the warehouse district.
Here we go! Now, I must say, the warehouse district is a little bit seedy. But there's a tavern nearby that they might have the answers to.
The Drunken Moon.
How did you know?
We got
Not
around.
recently.
Well then, it sounds like the Drunken Moon is our destination.
Oh my gosh, he's just still coming with us.
Good use for a bar fight.
Wait,
it's
what?
seedy.
Bar fight?
Oh, a bar fight.
If it's a seedy backwater bar,
I don't go to those.
Grandpa.
Your mother goes to those. I don't.
My mother is dead.
No, sorry, your grandmother goes to
Christ.
Your mother
Oh,
did.
I am so sorry to hear. So it seems like two of you are in mourning.
No,
That's old
she's,
news.
she's been dead for, how old am I? 25 years?
Oh. Well,
We're only
I'm
25.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, no, mine just died last week.
Oh my, how are you not drinking yourself under the table?
He can't.
Ah, right.
Hence the bog water. And the talisman. Which we'll also probably find at the moon.
I have Moonleaf, I have Sunleaf.
You
and I
already
have
got the
Nexus.
talisman, didn't you?
That was just a regular ass talisman
We haven't
with
tested
nothing
it
magic.
yet.
I
It
guess
might be
not
legitimate.
I say we test it.
no, you fucking drink then.
Whiskey.
No,
Are you attuned to it?
Does it need a tuning?
He's had it on him for at least an hour.
Yeah.
Don't you have to be focusing on that object?
No.
I just have
sleep
to,
with
like, sit with it during a short or long rest.
it. Yeah, here,
Take
drink.
a nap, cuddle your new sword.
So you take a
know,
drink of the whiskey? You
No.
didn't. You don't get the same feelings before.
Wrap your arms lovingly around. It's
You-
cool.
Also, that doesn't even taste good. It's like the Alchemy Jugs whiskey. It doesn't even have good flavor.
We'll find you some good stuff, Grandpa.
It takes a drink and then spits
Ah,
it out.
yes, if we can find my brew. Then yes, we will have quite the batch.
See, normally I drink for the taste. And none of the stuff you guys have suggested has had good taste.
I suggested we eventually go back to where Dragnor's serving and get some dragon's breath.
I don't need... Does that have good taste?
Yes, it's cinnamony.
Right.
You liked that one.
Right, yes I did. It's not as good as the fairy stuff.
Well, no, nothing will ever quite match a Sylvan wine.
What Elven wine?
Haven't had it. Maybe.
All
Not that I
right.
could recall.
I swear I brought some over.
Probably.
Squeak.
Yes, it was Fairy's dad that turned into Liffy. Basically, his father figure.
He's the only father he's known since he was 15, all those many 6 centuries ago.
Long
Yep.
ago in a distant land. Alright. So, you guys follow Hildebrandy,
Yeah.
and he takes you past games and drink stands and food, so if you guys want to grab anything before you go.
Nikane is doing just that.
What is the duration on polymorph?
Like 8 hours.
Okay, never mind.
Alright,
Tell them to get a kebab on their way.
I was like, it's
Oh,
another
man.
1 hour.
I'm gonna need some of you to make some Constitution saving throws for
Absolutely.
who's been drinking.
Absolutely.
You're all right. You're good.
You're a mouse.
I am napping and eating.
I'm guessing I don't need to.
No, you don't.
There we go.
23.
Oh, you're fine.
I know.
Does anything actually
Take
taste
more.
good? Does anything actually taste good?
No, it's up to an hour.
Oh, so how long are we walking with this guy for?
13.
How long till I have a half-elf popping out of my sleeve?
Or are you gonna go, wait a second?
Throws the
How long
rodent.
has it been? Get this thing off of me.
Oh no, he'll just hold his arm out.
Alright. It doesn't take an hour to get there, so you guys would arrive.
Not yet.
So you guys head through town, through all the festivities, and you start getting to a part of town that is not as well lit. There's more stalls, but they're looking less and less sanitary, I guess you could say. And a lot of the taverns nearby, like overall, stalls and stuff are dispersing. But a lot of the nearby taverns are bustling with activity. Lots of shouting, lots of fighting. Smells like alcohol in the air. In fact, that's probably a prominent smell here.
Vomit.
Vomit,
Okay.
alcohol, shit.
Are we pretty close to that warehouse, Hildebrandy?
Oh, we were going to the Drunken Moon.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Dave may have seen his father.
You know what I can do to counter the smells? I can just sprout very potent smelling flowers on my collar.
Prestidigitation.
No,
Druid
Druidcraft.
Yeah, but prestidigitation.
I don't have that one.
Squeak.
What's wrong with you?
I don't think
Casters
druids
should
get
have.
access to prestidigitation.
I don't.
You're not a druid.
I know.
Very few half-casters get access to
That's
Presto.
fine.
It's also a cantrip, which
Yeah.
I know you don't have.
Yeah, no. Look,
Flowers.
Nikane has gone in and out of seedy areas of the sandy, or of the,
You do kind of work with that assassin call.
yeah.
Yeah,
So this is new. This isn't anything new. She looks completely chill. Like her background is ear to the
There-
ground mercenary.
There are some larger buildings that you've recognized as warehouses, and there's guards standing outside of almost all of them.
She would
They
probably
look
see
like
the
hired
guards and just like hold up a drink to them.
nods.
Like, sorry, you're not out here with us.
There's one warehouse you pass by that the guy who is guarding it is clearly leaning up against the wall.
I shake Kahamut a little bit so she makes a really loud noise.
Nikane holds up her glass to him.
He would have gotten in trouble otherwise. Kahamut looks at me offended.
Alwyn hands the rest of his ale to the guard.
Just what you want. Is backwash.
Hey, booze is booze when you're a guard
When you're
missing
stuck.
when you're
So
missing
you
the
just gave him a
festivities.
drink?
Huh?
You just gave him a drink?
Yeah.
Parents is kind of like, afterwards.
Rude! Let him chill.
No, there's a difference between doing your job and being wasted.
That wasn't enough to
wasn't
get
a
someone
drink.
wasted.
How much did you give it?
It's like half a
An
pint of ale.
Oh.
You don't get drunk off of one, like half
Some people
a
do.
beer.
Some people do. I do.
Most of the people Farron knows are like 5 foot.
Severity.
I don't even get drunk off half a beer.
Severity.
And
when
I'm
you're
80
already
pounds.
tanked
I know
booze is
people who do
booze.
though.
He's not a lightweight.
No, the dude's beefy.
Oh, so he didn't even look phased.
No,
No,
he
okay,
didn't.
never mind.
The guy just goes, hey.
Yeah!
She grins and winks at
Did
him.
you actually cast the
He's
spell?
probably like going to him. I was like, never mind, you don't look.
His spear drops a little bit towards you.
What?
Reaching out, touching people?
I was gonna say if
Creep.
you were drunk. If you were a lightweight, you would be fine now.
Get the fuck out of here.
Fine.
Fair.
Da, 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 da.
You guys are fine.
If I
Get the
recall,
fuck
it doesn't
out.
actually need a touch range. He just does that anyway.
Alright. So Hildebrandy takes you through a few more warehouses. There's other buildings interspersed throughout all these places that are just kind of run down or like they're... You have no idea what's inside them. And then there is a tavern with a... It has the moon written on it, or drawn on it. But it looks like it has flushed cheeks.
Oh, that's cute.
So it's an anime moon.
Ooh,
It sounds like an ooh anime moon to me.
ooh, Sun Senpai noticed me.
This is it. This is the underbelly of the city.
I was kind of like, what I was imagining was like
Fucking weebs are here. That
was
is what
like
makes it the
the
underbelly.
bleeding whatever moon from
Make
Soul
wild
Food.
magic happen.
Who? Oh. To who?
It's to We'll Find Out.
Next time.
On Dragon Ball Z! No, don't worry, we'll take care of it.
I don't trust that. I got shocked the last time.
Oh, as the party enters... So, roll for severity play. As the party enters the Drunken Moon, we're seeing wild magic.
Oh.
Alright. Who's stepping in first?
I'm a mouse.
Yeah, so is it me?
I will
No,
go
it's
in
me.
first.
Tell?
Tell can go.
Alright, go
I'll go after
ahead
Tell.
and roll the D100.
Wouldn't it have been Hildebrandy?
Oh, shit.
I think it's you, Jake.
Fuck, it is!
It is Jake. It's Jake rolling.
Alright.
If I still get hurt from this.
Give me a second to pull up the wild magic table again. I should just have this open all the time.
Probably.
Come on. Finish loading. Oh my god.
Are you good?
Oh no.
Fireball.
Fireball. Dun, 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 dun.
What happened?
Hold on. I'm...
Wild magic keeps happening.
Did we
Okay.
touch another gate?
Y'all need to make a wisdom saving throw.
All of us?
Yes.
Oh.
That's not good.
I don't think I pass.
You
Roll it
are-
anyway.
I don't know
What's
what
the
the
stats
wisdom on a
for a
mouse
mouse?
is.
14.
You have to use a rat because they don't have a.
Jake.
Okay.
Oh, I could have nat 20.
They don't have stats for mice.
Can I, like, not roll nat 20s?
27.
You'll pass. You'll pass.
14. That dice clearly likes you.
It's a different dice! It's been a different dice each time!
The vibes are here for you,
they
I guess.
have a neutral wisdom. 15.
Save
Oh, it's getting much
31.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
That was a nat 22.
If it was a rat 20,
Rat 20.
worse.
We had
if
that.
it was a rat 20,
15,
it passed.
actually.
That would have been a great name for the rattery if we didn't already
Oh,
have
man.
one. Rat 20.
I don't think a lot of people would get it.
Enough people would.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll just have to do a shirt instead.
That's intended. Okay.
Directly into my eyes.
So, all of you that rolled below...
Disadvantage to Alduin intended to be for the wisdom saving throw, says Jade.
All right. Roll disadvantage on that.
So it's a 14 or a nat 20. Take your pick.
Well, it's disadvantage, so no. We don't take a pick. You get the 14. What's the current name?
Brownie
writer?
cake.
Oh. So, those of you that rolled under a 20...
That was a DC 20? Wow.
That was fucking wisdom.
Brandy is also under the influence of this. You are under the influence of the confusion spell!
Oh no.
I'm already a mouse.
I don't think you get affected. You're just in my sleeve still.
No, it's
Well,
all creatures in a 10-foot radius sphere.
No, in terms of how they act, they're just already hiding in the sleeve.
Alright, an affected creature can't take reactions and must roll a d10 at the start of their turns to determine its behavior for that turn.
Oh, is there a table?
Oh, never mind. You're doing something. You're getting fucking cast on if you bite me.
Okay, so I'm gonna simplify this.
You better not bite me.
Okay, so
Chomp.
Okay, so everyone who is under confusion, go ahead and roll me a d10.
You better not fucking bite me.
I make no promises.
3.
9, 6. What is this? It's the same thing.
If it's a D10, all the evens are on one side of the die.
Also, if it's
Six.
if it's the percentile, put the 0 after the number.
60.
You rolled a 6.
I was right first.
What did you have?
8.
Yeah, you are also under the confusion spell.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was the 8 on what the roll for the confusion was.
Yeah. Yeah, I rolled a 14 on that. I know I'm under it.
Myth is a mouse. She is not devouring Faerun.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
I'm afraid.
Nikane, are you currently wielding any weapons? No. Go ahead and make a unarmed attack roll.
Against who?
Am I about to get punched?
Am I about to get punched?
You're safe.
I don't know.
11.
11 to hit.
You're proficient.
Oh yeah, hold on. 6.
Just add 10.
16.
All right. You all walk into the you all walk into the Drunken Moon, and it smells like shit in here.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a very fancy place. No. There's a bunch of very burly men who have scars and just.
Oh cool, I'm about to punch a burly man.
There's all sorts of just very interesting characters in here. The bard who's attempting to sing songs here is basically being talked over, so he's you can't hear him. So everyone who's under the influence of confusion, except for Nikane, you all freeze instantly. You just Nikane, you walk in and punch the nearest patron.
Damn.
Alright.
I guess Nakane's blowing off some steam.
I'm casting guidance on my granddaughter.
What?
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 Guidance.
To punch better?
They already rolled the attack.
No, as in just after that, it's like, oh, they'll need it now.
Yep. So you walk in, and
I need to write Jake a note real quick. Go ahead, keep describing what's going on.
you walk in, and just to the right of the door, there's a table filled with patrons. One of them's a
Jake, here.
one of them's a halfling, and he stumbles backwards into you.
That's a Erica.
And just without a fucking beat, after this halfling runs into Nakane, he turns around, looks up at her. Oh, sorry, and she just decks him in the head.
Punch!
Everyone at that table stands up. Oh! Bar fight!
Bar fight!
You see the tavern keeper just kind of sigh, and a human leaps over the table at you.
I punch him in the face.
Well, it's not your turn yet.
I know, but I'm going to punch him in the face.
You might punch him in the face.
That's true.
And you're not wearing armor, right?
No.
Okay.
I think I have my unarmored stats written on here.
Unarmored stats are 10 plus your dexterity mod.
Isn't Dex your dump stat?
Yep, so...
Not a
8.
deal.
Your AC for this bar fight
Is...
is 8.
That's fine.
You have a
Bizarre.
-2?
Yes.
Holy
Well, usually
shit.
I'm in heavy armor. Well, wouldn't that change, though? Because I'm not in my heavy armor, so I'm not...
You would lose the penalty for the heavy armor.
Yeah.
But what does that bring you out to then?
Well,
There
the
is
thing
no
is,
penalty for
yeah.
to dexterity for wearing heavy armor.
yeah,
It just
that's,
gives you disadvantage on stealth.
Oh, got
Yeah,
it.
that-
Okay.
that's-
I wasn't sure.
that's why
I just wanted to make sure.
that's why people without dex wear heavy armor.
Yep,
No, you're worse off without it.
that's fine.
Yeah. So
I'm not going to wear heavy armor in a drinking... No.
you know, I am so happy
That's
that
fine.
Wild Magic did this.
Right.
So
Look, you get her drunk enough, she probably would have punched somebody anyway in here.
yeah. So this human leaps over the bar, tackles you. You basically collapse to the ground with them. You're gonna take 4 points of damage.
That's fine.
There's not a whole lot of damage that's being thrown around.
No.
All right. Those of you who are not under the effects of confusion, what is your reaction to the party just now? Are you also standing still, a little shocked about what's happening?
Tell just
I'm under the
sidesteps.
effects of confusion.
They're stunned. Myth's stunned. It's just us two.
Yeah, Tell's just gonna sidestep the whole situation happening and walk up to the bar.
Yeah, none of the patrons that are fighting Nakane at this point
Even notice.
even notice.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm guessing I need to expand this turn to cast the guidance.
Just gonna leave
Yeah, that would
Makane out
Yeah,
to
so I just need to like because
alright.
it's a touch
That's
spell.
okay.
So
That's okay.
I just need
She
to
needs to
walk
work
up,
off some aggression.
lean
She
down.
barely got any hits in on Aaron, so...
Just walk up, lean down, touch
was a
Nakane's
spell
head,
fight.
and guidance, which is a cantrip. Just
It was a big dumb mage fight.
Yeah.
So she didn't
except for that part where I broke his arm with
Yeah.
a rock.
this thing does not actually. It's
So
removes
she
all
didn't
of
get
the
to
casting
punch her dad
times,
in the
durations,
face
and
or a
targets.
hammer. So this is what she needs. This drunken bar brawl. I'm sure this won't be the last drunken bar brawl Nakane gets into this trip.
This party.
This party.
We had that nice moment where we hung out with the Ents or whatever at that mystical oasis and we tried skydiving.
Yeah, you guys got to skydive. I get to get into a bar fight.
Exactly.
I mean, we could also just go outside and go skydiving.
I'm afraid of heights. No.
Yeah. So congratulations, you're guided, and his parents just kind of standing there like, yay,
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Tell's gonna go up to the bar.
go on.
Yeah, no, she's gonna be like, ooh.
Eat ass.
Well, she's gonna try.
You can still punch them.
Okay. Hold on. I had to look up some rules for something. Okay. So Nakane, you get tackled to the ground, taking some damage.
Oh. I can do two things. Do you like freedom of movement?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
You have that now.
Okay, cool.
Also,
I don't know what
yeah.
that does, but okay.
I think
Guidance
I've got a
is
card for it that I
a
can just pass you.
Okay, cool.
because guidance is a cantrip and a bonus action, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's
And freedom of movement is an action, but I can do the both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It's actually
congratulations.
intrinsic to my
I'm pretty
character.
sure I can freedom of movement someone else. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, cool.
I am also going to time them, and if
So-
they aren't done after a minute, I will step in.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're as long as you're willing.
Well,
Yeah,
good news.
You're gonna go up and order
Good
a
news.
shot.
A minute
knock
is
it
10
back.
rounds.
Yeah.
Yep. So you have a D4 to roll on anything basically, and
Yep.
Go up, order a shot, knock it back, still going.
Talk to the
Alright.
bartender about the thing that we're here for, get the information, wait for them to get their shit together. If it doesn't end after a minute, then I will do something.
and yeah,
Because
nothing
I'm assuming
can,
it's the confusion spell, essentially, which lasts for a minute.
Yeah.
nothing can affect your movement,
Yeah.
or restrain you, or paralyze you.
Yep, pretty much.
Congratulations.
I'm going to turn the music off at this point, because...
That's fine. Well, there's no good bar fight music.
Oh, and if
Yeah, I
you get
know.
grappled, you can just spend 5 feet of movement to get out of it.
Yeah, pretty
with no
much.
roll. So congratulations. Farron's just covered you in oil, basically.
Grease her up and let her go.
Teeny tiny greasy tiefling. Shouting obscenities in both common and elven.
Just mad now.
And otherwise, he's just kind of like leaning on a staff, standing there after touching her, like,
Well, this is a...
So you're just going to stand there and watch.
Oh, the family tradition.
Nah, the family
like he
tradition.
just leaned down, like touched her forehead or something after she got tackled to the ground, and you know.
All right, everyone with confusion, roll a d10 again.
Don't bite me.
Another 6.
Okay, good.
Another 8.
2.
I've gone Tharn.
Darn.
I assume every time they roll for confusion, it would be 1 round, right?
Yes. I take it you're keeping track at this point?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so, wow. Guess you guys do the same thing.
Yeah, I
Except
punched-
for Hildebrandy, who, in his confusion, fucking decks the person who was on top of Nikane.
Yes! Bar fight buddies!
But he misses, spins around, and lands on his ass.
Happens.
Tina's not one.
Hildebrand's
So I
getting in on the spark.
Punch the guy on top of me.
They didn't punch Farron. That
Roll
would
an
hurt.
attack.
Alright.
11.
I'm surprised you're sticking so close to this.
21.
Tell was like,
AC
It's
20
a
right
hit.
now.
Yeah.
oh, fair
At this point, you have to beat 10.
Yeah.
All right. And then it's going to be 1 plus your strength mod for damage, which
So
is
roll...
6. No,
yeah,
you don't
it's-
roll. 'cause
Okay,
it's
so yeah, it's 6.
So let me double.
deck him in the face.
Yeah. Bring it!
Yeah,
Alright.
that's on the on ability
So-
checks that you can use.
Cal probably hears "Bring it, you son of a whore" from the tiny tiefling on the ground.
All right. So you're approaching the bar.
Yeah.
71.
It's definitely like everybody comes in, shit goes down until just sort of like
This
sidesteps the
towering
whole
goth
thing. This
tiefling.
huge goth tiefling just sidesteps the whole thing and walks calmly up to the bar and just sits down.
The bartender here is actually a moon elf.
Oh,
You guys haven't seen many of these.
Yeah.
He is actually very pale white.
So he's you.
Or me.
what color is his hair?
It's a silverish. So he's very,
Very pretty.
very white.
Reminds Till of his twins.
Aww.
Poor baby.
Daddy does want to help Tal like find his friends. She's just a little distracted right now.
I guarantee it will come up. I have plans.
Oh,
She's trying to stave off the rage, not to like ruin everybody's good time. This is her getting her rage out.
that's why Till didn't immediately just dispel magic on all of you. He was like,
You know,
she probably needs that.
she probably needs
I'm just gonna go take care of our business.
I did write Jake a note that was like, can the person that Akane punches just, her aunt is just here for whatever reason, it's her aunt, she dies.
Your friends are causing quite the ruckus.
Yes, they are. I think something happened as we walked in. They aren't usually quite like this.
It's the Festival of Holy Water. I'm not surprised.
No, these sorts of things simply do.
What can I get you?
A shot of something, and then I have a question.
Yes. Wait, is this still in character?
Yeah.
Okay.
A shot of something, and then I have a question. We are technically on the mission for that one, and he points towards Hildebrandy, looking for some sort of special ale that his family is making for the festival. We were wondering if you had seen his father moving products to the warehouse that's nearby.
Personally, I have not. But there are definitely some individuals around this bar that can help you. But be careful.
Oh.
All right, everyone with confusion, roll a d10.
6.
Oh, wait, I've got another turn as well.
Yeah.
I was going to guide Hildebrandy. Because he's right there, so I can just... And,
Oh boy.
Oh, right, I had to make...
you're already in a fight.
I had to make all the NPCs fight.
Oh, yeah, there's that too.
So the halfling jumps on top of Hildebrandy and starts punching him in the face.
Okay.
The human, still kind of on top of you, goes to punch you again. It's gonna be a hit. 4 damage. It's gonna be the same damage from this guy. But then a larger man walks in.
Oh.
And he swings, and he hits Farron.
He hits me?
Yes.
I have armor on as such.
Yeah. What's your AC?
20.
Yeah, he hits you.
Oh.
Oh. Welcome to the party, Grandpa.
I'm surprised that you're hanging out around them.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
You are going to take 9 points of bludgeoning damage as this man punches you in the face. You don't like to fight fair, do you?
Is that a monk?
Tell with his shot just like turns and downs it.
Nagane's seeing the large man, even though she's wrestling with this other guy, looks at the big guy, like just kind of leans her head back, goes, "Hey!"
Anyway, okay, so what did everyone roll again?
I rolled a 6.
It's my granddaughter, what do you want?
I rolled a 9.
You can move and act normally.
It's your house.
Panic?
Don't panic in my
Especially
rolled
after
a 1?
you just got socked in the face.
did.
Roll a d8.
6. So I'm assuming
Hold on.
1 is straight into the bar. Diagonally and back.
Yeah, you run straight into the wall. You guys just see Alduin like fucking turn around, sprint towards the wall, and just fucking hit it.
I'm gonna be that
You know,
pizza
that's-
meme.
That's not too far out for him, actually. I wonder if he's actually confused or if he's just being himself.
Or if he's drunk, which is
Or
himself.
if he's straight, you know? I'm just having a funny conversation with this bartender about
Do I
what's
get to do
happening.
anything
We're
else?
commentating.
No.
Don't tempt me, Jade.
So no,
Turn
because
it
it says you
over.
don't take another action.
Bonus action.
I don't think you have those anymore.
Yeah, technically you have a bonus action.
Yes! Do I have anything fun?
Well, it says okay. Hold on. No,
Oh, I know what.
I remember
get another
something.
attack action.
I remember a rules word. It says you can't take an action.
What the
It says you can't take actions. You can't take bonus actions. Unfortunately. Hildebrandy kind of comes to his senses for a moment. I'm sorry, good sir. Grabs the halfling that's currently beating on his face and chucks him across the room. Who hit someone else?
Perfect.
Okay.
What does my 6 do?
You're 6. You don't move or take actions.
Oh.
I was going to guidance and dispel magic on them. Was what I was planning on doing before I got socked in the face.
Yeah.
Before you got...
Before I got socked in the face, I'm still going to do it. Like, I had the plan,
Alright.
because she's already in a fight, so she's probably not going to stop fighting now.
No.
So, Aaron knows his granddaughter well enough to be like,
Let her go. Wind her up, let her go.
basically.
I'll deal with this in a second.
I know what my next attack action is going to be, though. Whenever
Yeah,
I want to
so-
make one, yeah.
I mean, that Depends when he gets to take his second action before she rolls the third time.
I mean, at this point, no, because
No, yeah.
based on how we do initiative, you need to
Yeah.
act.
So I've got punched in the face, and then I was like,
Initiative quotes.
yeah. I've got 69 spell points left.
Apologize by yeet. I'm so sorry!
Yeah, Nakane's just going to be Nakane and punch people now.
Alright, so you're casting Dispel Magic and...
And guidance. Did you need guidance again? You
I
didn't
mean,
use
I don't think I used it
And
last
it's on
time.
Hildebrandy instead. Hildebrandy's guided because he's there, and I got punched in the face.
I gotta double check something.
Why not guide yourself to how to get not pushed to the face?
Oddly enough, I need you to make
I can't. Me?
a spellcasting ability check.
Oh.
Because he punched me in the face.
No, because Dispel Magic, if the...
Oh.
For each spell of 4th level or higher on the target. Oh, and you can only choose one creature, object, or magical effect within range.
Yeah, I'm only doing it to Nakane.
Okay. So, you have to roll a spellcasting check for that.
Yeah.
And that's plus my modifier.
Yeah, it's a spellcasting check. So it's...
So 17. Is that including my proficiency?
Yeah, your
Yes.
attack.
Your-
It's like your bonus essentially.
So you need to beat
Oh.
you need to beat 14 to dispel this.
Oh, yeah. That if it's
Yeah.
plus my bonus, I've got a
Yeah.
24.
So Nakane, you're no longer under. Oh wait, no. Hildebrand is no longer under the effects of confusion.
No, Hildebrandy's getting guided.
Okay.
Nakane is getting dispelled.
Okay.
I can touch both of them.
He's got 2 hands.
I've got a big stick as well. I can just
Panicky mouse.
Dispel Magic is one action.
and guidance is a bonus.
which
so
you
who-
can only use for cantrips, right?
Sounds like the babies.
So who are you casting? You're casting Dispel Magic on Nakane.
Yes.
Okay.
And guidance is a
I have
cantrip.
become young
Okay.
Peter.
Just making sure. Anyway, yeah.
I'm just gonna guide people. I'm gonna get punched in the face again.
You know, some people deal with things by fighting. Some people feel the need to have people punch them.
Don't worry, I've got an option next round as well. After I get punched in the face again, it's fine.
All right. So yeah, at this point it's the bar patrons again.
Okay.
This human's gonna keep punching you in the face until
I-
something happens.
Till I knock his ass out.
Another 4 damage.
Okay.
It's hard to miss an 8.
Tell.
Yes.
You're still at the bar. I'm trying to go between everyone, so this isn't
You're just having a good time.
too
Yeah,
too
I think.
crazy.
Could you maybe point me in the direction of who I might want to talk to once they have their shit done?
Give a persuasion check.
Okay.
Flirt with the bartender with your very tight pants.
Tight pants.
Tight-
Pants won't be around much longer.
Tight pants are very
Oh, they're still gonna be tight. They just won't be leather.
tight pants are very overpowered in areas like this.
Is it? Give me 3 seconds. Okay, no, never mind.
That was 3 seconds. You were correct.
14?
Well, a word of advice that I would give. If anyone here has a patch of a cat on them, avoid talking to them.
I can do that?
Ah. I see.
Oh no.
Oh, they know what I'm doing.
Oh no.
No. I can't survive this arc. It's going to happen.
Patch of a cat.
I won't spoil it.
Do I know what's going on here?
Hello.
If you don't know anymore, I want you to find out.
All right.
I have no fucking idea what's happening, so.
Patch of a cat.
So, like, they have a
No.
patch with
There
their
she
thumb.
is. It's
Okay.
this.
Honey, you're cold.
So baby.
Now, even then, you may
Tongues?
still want to be wary. They don't always wear the
Tongues?
patches.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's what he gives you.
Yeah.
I've gone through so many stages
I'll
of grief
take a-
tonight.
Well, he's down to a shot. He kind of looks back and he goes, "This might be another minute. Maybe a glass of wine too, if you have wine."
Reaches, gets a glass, pours a wine for you.
Cool. He gives him 5 gold total.
Well, come back when you need more.
Can do. And he just turns in the stool with his glass and watches.
All right.
Inking your dice over there?
Yeah. Occasionally throwing back commentary to the bartender playfully.
Who is at this point just kind of watching.
It's giving my ADHD something to do so I can listen passively
Yeah.
to everything else that's going on.
All right.
Since Eldwin's fucking useless right now.
Yeah, he
Oh, that's
he's
right.
bumped
So
himself into a wall.
there were more bar patrons I didn't cover.
Yeah, I'm about to
Yeah,
get
there was the
punched
one
again.
that the halfling got thrown into. I'm sure he's dragged into this now.
Okay. First swing at Faerun misses.
First?
Second swing hits.
Oh,
It's a monk.
did a monk just decide I'm gonna fuck this guy up?
You're gonna take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as he punches you in the gut.
What the fuck, dude?
Quit using magic!
No!
The halfling that flew across the bar is now riding on the shoulder of a dragonblood
Nice.
who's walking in. Or actually, no. Right. The halfling's on his shoulder fighting the dragonblood.
Perfect. Just thud, 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 thud.
No.
Another patron comes up behind Hildebrandy, grabs him and throws him against a table.
Hey.
All right, everyone who's participating in the bar fight or has confusion, roll a d10.
4.
So I should roll a d10?
No, you don't have confusion anymore.
No, you don't have. Okay, you don't have confusion.
You just said or has confusion. I'm like,
Yeah.
that's
so
now a...
everyone who has confusion, roll for their confusion.
4.
Of course, I put it in. All right, so you got a 4. Mm-hmm. That's a don't move or take actions. What did
I
everyone
thought that
else?
was 6.
I'm not confused anymore.
What did you get?
5.
I need to rewrite confusion. This is fucking stupid.
Yeah, like 8 of the results are you just don't do anything.
You
Yeah.
decide something.
Would you like to roll again until you get something that's not a 2 or a 6?
Then why does 4 do the
10.
same thing too?
2
2
through
through
6.
6. What did you get?
10.
You can act normally.
Who are you fighting?
This human.
They're just
I'm just gonna sprint up and just right to the back of his head.
Alright, roll an unarmed attack. You know what? Get advantage on it.
Oh, thank God!
Did you not want?
I sure did!
This is our party.
Oh, you ding dong.
Of
I
course.
don't have the stats
That's
for a bear.
cocked.
I can't have the stats
1.
for a bear.
Oh no.
I get a 2.
You get a 2.
I got a 1 and a 2.
That dice is not happy with you today.
Yeah, so you run up behind this man to
Nakane just happens to like yank him, and you just.
you go to punch this man in the back of the head as he kind of like reaches back to punch, and he just elbows you in the face.
Oh.
It's gonna stop the attack. I'm not gonna have it do any damage.
Well, that's no fun.
Fine, you take 4 points of damage.
Okay.
Nakane headbutts, like, grabs the human by, like, the side of his head and headbutts him, and then Tell just hears,
no!
with the horns, too, Tell just hears, listen here, and headbutts him from the floor. The bleat.
Roll an unarmed attack.
Oh, it doesn't help you.
16.
Yeah, you hit. You basically have to beat 10. None of these people are armored.
I couldn't even do that.
I'm aware.
Abyssal noises, comes out as a bleeding goat.
And you know what? Go ahead and roll a d4 and add your strength.
Okay. 9.
All right.
We hand back to Nind.
All right, you do 9 bludgeoning damage to this man, and he just his eyes kind of roll back. He just plunk.
She stands up, wipes her face, and looks around.
I think the next closest person is me. Oh no!
Well, they're no longer under
confused anymore.
confusion. Oh right, I have to roll Hildebrand.
You think that would stop Nikane from beating my ass in a bar fight?
There's a monk trying to beat up her grandfather.
She might agree with the monk.
I'm turned into a cave bear.
Oh, I suppose that I should be having you guys make wisdom saving throws to get rid of the confusion.
I'm fine.
Oh.
Squeak.
I'm not confused anymore.
Yeah, I know. Hildebrandy is, though. Well, I mean, he's not going to get out of this easily.
Poor Brandy.
He does not have a high wisdom
He
score.
is not a wise man.
No.
Which, by the way, no.
Same.
No, he is not a monk.
You're not. This guy, this burly man.
Alright. Hildebrandy, you see him get up from the table, and his hair is now on fire.
He had hair?
There were...
Yeah.
Because he's bald.
Yeah, he's got a pompadour.
Oh.
Did I accidentally make him bald? Oh well. Either way, he has hair because it's funny.
Yeah.
It's now on fire because there was...
It would be even funnier if he was bald and his head was on fire now.
The product he uses to make his head shiny is on there.
Either way, the upper region of his head is now on fire because he just stuck his head into a candle.
Oh dear.
And, fortunately, he rolled an 8, so he gets to punch the nearest person.
Am I the nearest person?
Yes.
Perfect.
And he rolled a natural 1.
So he falls.
He punches himself in the face.
And a silver tea kettle.
So, yeah, he's the nearest person to himself.
Oh my god.
You did this. You knew.
I want to know
by
what this big
invoking
burly...
this character.
I want to know what this big burly man is if he's not a monk.
Other than beating my ass.
Stop using magic.
No, stop.
I'm a fucking druid.
They don't
I'm
care.
I'm a wizard. I just threw hands.
I have harmed no one.
Well,
You assisted Nikane in harming someone.
In no longer being confused.
Okay.
And
Gave her
being
guidance.
I made her slippery.
And you greased her up, yes.
You greased up the teeny tiny lesbian and let her go.
I feel like there's some videos on the internet about greased up lesbians.
Nope.
Fighter, probably.
Most likely.
Alright, so... Okay, so Nikane, you threw hands. Hildebrandy threw hands.
I threw head.
Oh yeah, threw head. Did you go
No.
this round? Okay.
I know what I'm doing.
Alright.
It's called Toss Without Trace.
Are you just leaving?
Yes. Well, not leaving. Would you say that the general atmosphere of this bar is lightly obscuring?
Yes.
Because I'm a wood elf, I can just hide in that.
He's just leaving.
He's just disappearing amongst the crowd.
Yep.
bye.
Which is a +10 to my stealth check.
Go ahead and make us a stealth check then.
I mean, these guys are all drunk and rowdy.
Just
Yes.
imagine you like looking up at this giant man and then rolling backwards into the crowd.
Just Homer Simpsoning back into the crowd. 11, 17, 27.
Alright,
Goodbye.
so here's how this is gonna play out.
Oh man, I
You
love that.
you pass
scene.
you cast Pass Without Trace.
Yep.
This man goes to swing at you. You just kind of duck under his arm and
And do
disappear into the rest of the bar. And he just looks around. Where the fuck did he go? He cast a spell to make himself invisible.
I am not invisible.
Mel just sips
I
his
am
wine.
very. I can be seen.
Tell you need to tell the big guy where Baron's at. Just point him out.
If you
Farron
can
just
see
pulls
me.
up next to Tell.
And that is, I believe, from the staff.
I don't think my perception is quite good enough to catch Farron. Otherwise, I might be like, just for fun.
No, it's not from the staff. It's just from me being this kind of hero, so that's still spell points. Never mind.
Alright.
I will spend for that.
I mean, really, if this man went, like, rampaged around, he'd probably end up bonking into Farron at some point.
I am small and easy to get out of the way. Easy to get out of the way. You know what I'm trying to say.
The dragon blood.
You're small and don't want to fight this man.
I'm small.
I don't throw hands, I bite people.
Tuck under a
The
table.
dragon blood who had the tiefling on his shoulder, the halfling on his shoulder. The halfling's gone now. He's on the ground, knocked out.
Perfect.
All it took was the dragon blood going whack.
Perfect.
And he starts to walk towards Hildebrandy.
Oh dear.
You threw that halfling at me.
What?
Swings and hits Hildebrandy.
I like this. They look really nice.
I mean, Nakane's not gonna help because he did throw the halfling at the man.
Alright. So. Round 2. Well, more than round 2. I don't know what round we're on. I don't think it matters.
Now.
Huh?
Squeak.
Squeak.
What did you get?
Another 4.
Oh, Jesus.
This mouse is just doing nothing in Farron's sleep.
Just panicking.
How long till
Roll a
you
D8.
turn back from a mouse?
I don't know.
Same direction again.
Right into the wall.
I'm mostly leaving it up to Jake.
So,
So Alduin runs into the wall, shakes his head, tries to hit the human, shakes his head again, turns around and runs back into the wall.
If you're on his person,
Nakane looks at the big guy, like, and then just points at Alduin and just kind of does this motion, like, what the fuck?
you have Pass Without Trace as well, but so do his M6, so. Because it stuff like 10 people?
Roll for severity says hitting the wall was easier.
Yeah. You're now a mouse that's very good at hiding.
I am a mouse that has gone completely Tharn.
Yeah.
Alright,
This is a box die.
Nakane feels much better after knocking that fool out.
Oh, that's right.
And she looks at the big guy and goes, hey! And she goes like this and gestures to the bar.
I was wondering where the last one went.
persuasion check. With advantage.
I was gonna say, can I get advantage?
Because of the
I
alcohol.
was gonna say, she just headbutted a motherfucker out.
Boom!
And then just immediately gets, and then it just like immediately gets up and goes, drink?
The tiefling mating ritual.
24.
Looks around. Starts walking up to the bar.
She pats him on the arm and goes, my treat.
Alduin, can I have a ticket?
Alduin, can I have a ticket? Alduin, bonk. Bonk.
He's like,
Bonk.
he's like a moth against a light.
I should just get to him and just dispel magic off.
As soon
Alduin.
as like you kind of meld into the
crowd.
crowd at the tavern.
Yeah.
Suddenly you hear a rip. Myth,
Oh, hey.
you're now on the tavern floor. You're not a mouse.
No.
Okay.
Whoa! Didn't know you could pull women out of your sleeve.
It's a birth.
It's a very old wood elven trick.
Fuck it, deception.
I'll cast mending on your sleeve.
I have absolutely nothing in deception, but I'm going to use the purple die. It's not in that 20, just so you know. 16.
Huh? Guess I should visit the wood elves more often.
Yes, the people who most enjoy company in
The
this
guy that
world.
gets to the bar and goes, hey, Tal.
Hold your bag.
Yeah, I feel
You
better.
don't know anything that happened.
Oh yeah, Hildebrandy and the Dragon Blood are
I-
throw hands.
They're
I
having
would
fun.
understand well
They're gonna have
enough
their
that
fun.
I was in a sleeve
Oh,
for
hold
most
on.
of it and that there was a commotion.
Oh my god! Hildebrandy keeps rolling attack rolls.
And miss
Kid
it.
just rages for a while.
He misses again.
A shot and a miss.
Oh, hey, Farron's got advantage now.
Good.
I might need it.
What else can summon women confirmed?
Farron's just gonna be like, okay, hi, Myth. So this is what's happened.
Please, sir, I don't understand what's going on with my body.
This is
No,
just
I
happening
think
to
I
me.
get it.
Some man came out and tried to punch me many times.
You know, sometimes you have that effect on people.
What do you mean?
Well, there's a reason why you've had a hard time in the city sometimes.
I just don't like cities.
Yeah.
Nakane would ask the big guy for his name.
Philip.
I'm gonna go slide in next to Tal.
George.
George?
Governor
What's your
George?
poison, George?
Another George?
Does he have a cat patch?
No. Well, hold on. Yes, he does.
Okay, never mind. I made a bad enemy.
Yeah, you sure fucking did, homie.
Apparently. Oh well, it's fine. I don't know what this means.
Just a good old ale is fine with me. Doesn't need to be too fancy.
The best kind. She orders 2 ale, one for her new companion, one for herself.
Well,
No.
you see that magic friend of yours. Tell him, fighting magic in a bar fight is,
You gotta just...
no honor in it.
That's why I just came up here. I'm not a punchy man. I only do magic, and that's not how bar fights work.
But I haven't met many people who will come into a seedy establishment like this and just punch the first person they come across. A halfling, no less!
It's been a hell of a day.
To be fair, I'm
What are
pretty
you
sure
doing?
that
I'm still confused.
Alright, roll a d10.
Oh shit, we should probably get Aldwin,
I
shouldn't
didn't say I was going to go around and dispel
7.
them eventually.
You attack the nearest person.
Who's the nearest person?
At this point, it's a random patron.
Attack a random patron.
Melee attack roll.
Hey, we're on the bar fight 15-minute rule break.
18.
You do hit. Especially because the person has no idea that it's coming.
And fist is not a finesse weapon, right? So I have to use strength.
Yes.
So it deals 1 damage.
You have...
A 0 modifier to strength.
You smack a dwarf on the back of his head.
I'm just standing over him.
Looking stressed.
The fuck do you want?
I don't know.
I offhand slap him with my bonus action.
Oh, that's it!
But you don't get bonus actions.
Huh?
You don't get bonus actions.
It doesn't say that for
It says you make a melee weapon attack.
I,
If there's no creature within reach, the creature does nothing this turn, but that doesn't matter. Not ruling it that way, that's dumb.
I missed.
Just don't do any damage to it. Yeah, I'm gonna say the slap is free if you don't want to do damage. If you just want to piss him off.
Yeah, sure. I just whack up the side of the back of the head.
Oh, now that's it!
This is gonna
Okay,
be
well,
really
I
bad
was-
for the other Alduin next week.
Yeah. I was going to dispel magic him, but then he did that. So I might just let him get his ass kicked.
It's a bar fight.
Sorry, Aldwin.
Fuck
No,
you.
you're not.
Don't worry, this guy is very drunk.
You just, I mean, if you hadn't antagonized him by doing a second slap, I would have dispelled magic to you.
The guy just like is holding her ale and leaning against the bar, just starts laughing, goes, "Oh, this feels like home."
Alduin is dead.
Aldwin is.
Pop up in a
Alduin is dead. Long live Alduin. Which one? I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Alduin the Fifth.
We already know there's at least one other one in the city somewhere.
Aldwin, the once and future wizard.
Yeah. Yeah.
How frustrating must it be to just get random paper birds from people that you may or may not have ever met?
God.
Be like, in the Serpent Strip, you get a thing that says, "Go to the drinking contest."
What?
And it's like a month after the fact anyway because of the bird.
Oh boy.
Just as the bird gets to one Alduin, that Alduin disappears, and it's like, fuck!
Damn.
Go find another one!
This bird is just on an intercom.
Finally, it comes back to me after like a year, and it comes like back to the same
damn
Alduin.
message.
It's like, really?
And then you're like, did I send this?
When?
Or was it a different one? So then you start doing code and they're watching and you go crazy. Yeah, I see it coming together now.
And that's why the book that one Alduin gave me was just scrawls. Is because of that.
Yeah, he's the one that got all of the paper birds.
Yep.
For like 3 years.
They're watching! The paper birds are watching!
If that's what
Every
it is, I
paper
will.
bird.
All of them just go to this one Alduin.
That poor one Aldwin.
That explains why he was cut up and bleeding so bad.
Yeah.
Paper cuts.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Many paper birds.
Retweet.
Retweet.
Alright.
One Alduin gets paper and goes, this isn't for me, folds it back up and throws it.
Wrong Aldwin.
God.
Oh, they mean it. They mean the other Alduin.
Bye.
Who? Must not be me.
Alright, so, you're getting back into a bar brawl. It won't last long. It's kind of a silly slap fight at this
You and
point.
this dwarf just like...
I buy him a drink afterwards.
Oh, that was worth it. Alright, so you guys are sitting at, most of you at this point are now sitting at the bar. The Moon Elf barkeeper brings you guys what you'd like, unless you guys have questions for him.
I'm probably just nearby, but not being visible.
Probably still hiding.
Yeah, I'm close enough to maybe listen, but not.
You guys hear Hildebrandy getting thrown out the front door
Oh, pal.
by the dragon blood, who then follows outside after him.
Well, it is right, just like at home.
I'm taking a peek around the bar to see if I can spot anyone that looks like they might know what's been going on, or maybe works in the vicinity, and is not wearing a cat patch.
Alright, give me a perception check.
Gonna ask if they know where the other goths are.
Yeah. Ooh. Terrible.
You got some new merch from
Oh, wait,
the
I
Goth
get
and Go.
advantage.
You all are about to lose your quest giver.
It's fine.
Yeah, we'll go pick him up outside. He'll be fine.
17.
Alright. You look around the tavern, and amongst the vast amount of commotion, it's a little hard to pick out people. Like, if you focus on someone, you can follow them around. But one person kind of sticks out to you, just as you're looking, and your robe of eyes is probably also looking around for you. There is a man sitting in a far corner. He's got a single tankard in front of him. He's got a cloak over his head, and he just seems to be...
Aragorn.
Do folks
Sipping
around here call him Strider?
I'd like to ignore him and talk to Moblin the Goblin. I love him.
This one.
We're taking this one with us.
Jams in such. Very regularly. Come along, friend.
Sounds like a really weird kink.
goblin
Let's
just-
not get into scat kink at the table.
No, he takes care of camp. He makes sure it's clean.
Oh no. Oh dear. He's just a vacuum. I would.
I don't know why you use the restroom with a vacuum, but okay.
He's hoovering up camp. If people are pooping outside, right? He's the vacuum.
Is this going back to the orbs of obliteration or whatever?
Yeah, we need to get a portable toilet with an orb of obliteration at the bottom.
Oh dear.
It's your bye-bye hole.
Oh, that's bye.
anything you shove in it disappears for good.
God.
It helps us avoid murder.
I'm gonna turn to the bartender and could I have another tankard of whatever that man is drinking?
course. Wow, that was not the voice I used. Yes, of course. Hands you
Got
the.
very deep suddenly.
Yeah.
Second
Sorry, got used to doing my dwarf.
Yeah. I take the tankard, I take my glass of wine, and I walk over to the hooded man, and I set the tankard down in front of him, and I say, "Could I trouble you for a short conversation?"
Kind of eyes you under the hood. Looks you up and down. Kind of gestures for you to sit down.
Cool. I sit down.
Get that to me.
Micah?
What do you need?
Just a simple question.
There's no such thing.
Fair enough. We are looking to confirm a bit of cargo from the Hilda Brandies. We were told that it was transferred to a warehouse. We're trying to figure out which warehouse. Wondering if anyone has seen Hilda Brandy Sr. Transporting a relatively large cargo in the last few days.
That's you don't know either.
Well,
I'm not gonna ask.
and he kind of like grabs the mug that you set down. This might not be enough for that information.
I can get you as many as you like, or something else, if you prefer.
Something else.
Does he need Riggs dice?
Does he want glitter bombs?
Does he want gummy dicks?
I
Does
didn't
he
bring
want
those with
a
me.
blowjob?
Jesus Christ! I guess that's a way to take the edge off this guy.
Right?
Um,
Hey, it works for Jack.
No, 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 no.
Wait, what?
I'm harassing them.
I'm gonna say it does.
Damn it. It was a good question.
A little under the table service. How does Tal give under the table service?
Can't. Let's be very real.
There's
He
nothing
cannot.
subtle about that.
It is not but a fantasy for him.
We'll get you an extra tall table, Tal.
We had built him a custom table so that he
The two little holes. Where
it's
he
got a
can
little
just, like,
run
leap.
so that he can move a bit.
No.
No, the underside of it's like a bag of holding that's like you stick your horns up into it.
Now, well, see the Hildebrandy family, well known for their ale. Do you wonder why there's so many warehouses around here?
I did notice quite a few.
Well, not all of them have useful things in them.
Oh.
Some of them are facades.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly because, well, let's just say some people around here have a penchant for taking things that aren't theirs.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of information can be expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are you offering?
What do we have?
I mean, you always have gold.
I mean, I have a lot of gold, unless you're looking for something closer to a favor.
Gold always works.
Mm-hmm. And I have a shitload of it. On my other sheet. I will drop.
If I name all the NPCs George, I don't have to remember their names.
That's true. I only ever meet them once.
What happened to Frank?
I don't like this uncanny valley. I would like out.
Well, Vox, I'm going to give you some time to think about it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to Nakane, who, well, I guess the rest of the group at this point. Because you have a friend.
Yeah.
You also have a friend too, but he's
Way drunker
less
than my friend.
less responsive. But he does order you a drink.
I ordered him a drink.
Farron's probably checking on Hilda.
He orders you another drink.
I order him another drink.
I was unaware that Hilda Brandy was even here.
He
So.
got kicked out.
He got dragged out by that dragon blood.
Yeah, he's probably
Yeah.
quick as
Not
They're
hell.
fighting
dragged
outside.
out.
Myth just kind of like bumps up to Nakane like, what I miss?
Bar fight. Her face is like, she's got probably a mark on her forehead and...
The barkeeper looks at you. When did you get in?
Oh, I've been here.
Just
Presumably.
in a slightly different form.
Ah. Interesting. Well, I would suggest you be careful with magic around here.
I didn't know that we were coming here. Could I get a drink?
You're an odd one. But yes. And he'll get you whatever drink you end up wanting.
Buy the dwarf another drink.
You guys are just...
You-
You guys are just, like,
Buying
buying
each other's drinks.
chugging. Buying each other's drinks, chugging.
Yes.
You're gonna be...
I am
This is going to be
drinking
the
these
star
drinks
of the
as he
pub
buys
crawl.
them for me.
You're going to be incoherent by the time I get back from doing our job. For
I'm not even
everyone.
going to have you roll at this point. I'm literally just having you.
I needed a nap and a snack.
It's okay. I'm not mad at you. I'm only mad at Aldwin.
Why is it always me?
Because you're closest.
Well,
And I lack control in my life.
so Georgia responds, well, gave you my name. What about you?
My name's Nakane. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. What brings you down into this place?
It feels like home.
Drinking.
Are you with them? I thought you were with the...
I presume we went up to the bar afterwards
Yeah.
to buy him drinks.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
Probably the easiest way to do it.
You might be a little distracted with your dwarf friend, though.
Tells like doing work and we're chatting with the bartender.
To be fair, you guys were fighting while I was chatting with the bartender. I already got my bartender chats out of the way.
But yeah, at a certain point, you'll probably be... I mean, you can be as intoxicated as you want at this point. You can choose when to stop. And if that answer is no, well,
You die.
we'll just go back to,
Blackout.
yeah.
A different Aldwin. No.
He drinks himself so hard a new Aldwin shows up.
You know, it wouldn't be the weirdest thing that happened.
No, and I honestly don't know what the weirdest thing at this table has been so far.
Aldwin's Tidy Whities is pretty up there.
Yeah.
Exploding salamander is pretty high for me.
Anyway, alright. Well, it's a interesting place if this is what you think of home. But, can't blame you.
Look, you grow up in a rowdy family. Bar fights become the norm.
Oh, I understand that.
You watch Grandma bust a bottle over her bartender's head in a bar fight.
Well, sadly can't say that. Grandma died in a fire.
Oh no! Why are we
Here's to grandmas.
We are just full of familial deaths for everyone
fire.
today.
And fire.
And I don't know, some prick lit it on fire. Actually, kind of looks like your friend. Complete joke, not meaning to go that way.
That is not canon.
Yeah, that is not canon. That's, well,
Terrible.
that's the only thing that brings you down here. Chose a rough spot.
You see one fancy schmancy tavern, you see them all. This is where all the good shit happens.
True, but, around these parts, this place can be quite dangerous.
Chew somebody up and spit them out.
In a sense, yeah.
This is a criminal place.
Criminal activity.
Nakane's original background, though, is mercenary, so she's
Right.
a paladin masking as a mercenary.
Well,
Because her order is supposed to be secret.
Criminal activity.
Criminal activity.
well, a few more of these and we might be best friends.
Here's the new friends.
And drunker friends. All right. Back to Edgelord.
Yeah. I
His
am
name
going.
is Tell.
Let's be real. They're both edgelords. Both the man in the hood and
That's
Tell.
why you're drawn to it.
Yeah.
This is the hot corner is over there.
Yeah.
The hot, edgy corner.
Hot
Yeah.
edgy corner.
So hot it can cut butter.
Oh. Melt all the butter. Use it as lube.
So hot it can melt steel.
What?
There was a leap. A leap happened. I know.
There's a lot of those happening. That's the corner sponsored by Hot Topic.
Yes, it is.
This corner brought to you by Hot Topic.
Gothic go.
Though to be fair, Hot Topic isn't really a goth store anymore.
No.
Boo.
Sponsored by Killstar.
Oh, there you go.
I'm wearing all Killstar today. I'm going to give him 400 gold.
Alright.
Oof.
Looks at it. Well, I can tell you, Hildebrand the 13th, saw him coming around town yesterday. Disguised. Not a very good one. But enough to fool a bunch of these idiots. Mm-hmm. And he kind of gives you, a location, a warehouse that's down the street. It's a smaller one. Also, make sure to look out for the guards. They're not exactly visible.
Lucky for me, I have something that helps with that.
Anything else you needed? Or is that it?
I had an unrelated question. Do you know anything about goings-on in the Undercity?
Yes, of course I do.
Do you happen to have seen a party of 3, maybe 4, but 3 are the 3 that I'm looking for. 2 that look surprisingly like the bartender over there, but dressed all in black. And a 3rd, very tall, very blonde, refuses to wear a shirt. Has a very large dog with him. I have suspicions they're in the Undercity, but I could be wrong.
How much is learning that worth?
I will give him another 400 gold.
Well,
That's very important to me.
This man's gonna drink well tonight.
Yeah.
well, one thing I can tell you, moon elves aren't common around these parts. So yes, I definitely saw your friends. And yes, they went into the Undercity. But, there's been some nasty rumors going around about them.
I'm not surprised.
Something about them kidnapping people.
Oh, that doesn't sound right.
Just telling you what I hear.
Right.
But, they might be in quite a bit of trouble. if
Sounds
That's
like
the
it.
case.
One second. Not visible.
Hey!
Coven in Undercity.
Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Yeah, literally. What a fucking day. Alright. Well, thank you very much. You've been very helpful.
Of course. So have you. And you see him just kind of down his drink, take 1 gold out, set it on the table, and he actually walks out of the bar.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Cool. I will go back to the grouperoonie and get another glass of wine.
Tell.
Hello, Aldwin.
He can pay for the booze and the restoration spells to fix his liver after.
Yeah.
Speaking of, does Alduin need another one of those?
No.
You probably should, actually.
Don't do it.
Well, then you can drink more.
That was me saying, can I... by observation, does he appear to be absolutely hammered?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, well, I've still got Pass Without Trace. That doesn't leave for a while. So...
Oh, I guess I have Pass Without Trace, too.
Yeah. Congrats. So, do I need to sneak up on you?
Don't cast it on me, motherfucker.
So,
Casting spells
Right.
break stealth.
while you guys are
Yeah.
drinking, George turns to Nakane. Say, what are you doing for work these days?
Odd jobs here and then, here and there, playing the adventurer role. Just got back from Felina not too long ago.
I rode a demon.
Yes, you did.
Fascinating. Wasn't Felina on fire?
Yes,
Was.
it was.
There's still some embers kicking around last I saw.
Well, boy, is that exciting. Well, if you guys are looking for something to do in town, earn some extra coin,
Always.
might have a job or two lying around.
We could find you here if we were interested.
Of course. But don't dally too long.
Nah.
This place is good for information. We'll probably
I need
be
a
back.
nap.
Always.
You need, I think I also have a lesser resto.
You look like you need
Oh,
a
is it
steak.
greater?
You're so
Fuck
right. I
yeah.
need food. Do you have food?
Do I look like I run this place?
George isn't the bartender.
Kinda.
How,
Close.
Jake, how many, how many levels of drunk would lesser resto take away?
It takes one level of drunk away.
Okay. That would be basically pointless.
Greater would take them all away.
Right.
If you only take one away, you might be able to reason with Alduin that if he can ride it or he can get greatered.
Oh, no. This is a, Alduin doesn't have any choice in greater resto.
Do you have stuff greater?
I tried.
Denied.
If you have the ritual costume,
Your
you take
boyfriend said no.
Tell has a boyfriend.
The real question. No, I don't.
Wait, what?
Can you just instant ritual cost?
That was so quick.
I met the guy I was really into in Felina for like 10 seconds. I doubt I will ever
I
see
thought
him
Tell had a
again.
boyfriend
Thaddeus?
as part of the coven.
Thaddeus.
Thaddeus Q. Fletcher.
Thaddeus
Yeah,
Q.
Thaddeus.
Fletcher.
Oh,
Yeah, no, Tell doesn't have any boyfriend. That's
well now
fine.
he has Elwyn.
Kind of a pet, though.
I do not have greater resto prepared.
Elwyn's into it.
I did not need to hear that. Both the roll and your response.
Tell would probably just be like, oh, well, I don't have it. I don't know if he would have. I don't even know. He doesn't know where you are. You're still hiding.
Well,
Yeah.
So he's probably like, Farron fucked off. He's not gonna ask if he can't
Well,
see you.
Farron is around.
He's
Nikane,
around. He's somewhere.
if you come back around tomorrow night, you definitely have a big job going on. Could use your help.
We'll see.
Criminal.
I'll keep it in mind. You know how it goes.
Oh yeah, get distracted with the festival.
Yeah. Wind up drunk with some chick in a back alley.
I think that's the most outward you've
What?
been about
Did
that
you just-
ever.
What are you talking about?
I buy her another drink. I buy her another drink.
Yay!
Drunk Nakane will absolutely say shit like that and do shit
We're
like
going
that.
to continue to encourage this behavior.
Unhealthy coping mechanisms.
Yay!
How is Hilda Brandy, by the way?
He's walking back in. He's covered in mud. His head's no longer on fire. He looks like he's been beaten to shit. You should see the other guy.
Good job.
Does he
Hilda
look
Brandy.
fine?
Yes.
I will buy Hilda Brandy a drink.
Wonderful.
I'll Baldwin teeters on his stool for a second. I buy everyone a drink.
How intoxicated is Myth right now?
Not near what she was since she had an hour to snack and nap.
As a
She's
mouse.
probably like a little bit buzzed.
Okay. Because we are doing a job.
She is also
Yeah.
probably
You're the only other person that's like totally sober right now.
I do think that Tell may be overestimating Myth's
Abilities?
Ability to
familiarity with working in an underground channel.
Okay.
We're just
These are words that I do not want to say just out loud in front of everyone and God. So like,
help.
I entertain
excuse me,
orphans
gods.
as a pastime.
God, sorry.
I entertain orphans as a pastime, and I tell stories.
I mean, I'm gonna have
and
to
I read
tell
books.
everyone this at all time, like eventually, but Tell is mostly trying to figure out the best way to get this information to everyone without drawing attention to all of them in a very bad way.
But not everyone else is at the bar? Everyone else is at the bar now?
Yeah.
Okay, so Fern's probably just like show up and like, hi.
Is the fighter still there? Or the big guy? Or did
George?
No, oh yeah, George.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, Nakani's been chit-chatting with him
He's
all
just
night.
like,
Right.
he's probably like on the other side of a person from George.
Farron just kind of
Is here.
slips in.
The spell's still on. I think it lasts for like an hour.
I mean, you're still under the effects of your stealth.
Well, it means if I attempt to hide, I get a +10 to it. It's not a passive.
But you already rolled stealth. So
Oh,
if you're
good.
still trying to, like,
Oh no, it's
be
just
out
kind of
of
like be on
sight,
the other side of a person
which
and
is
he
which
can't
is
punch
being
me outright.
out of sight,
Okay.
which is still kind of like hiding.
I was meaning more I can't be directly punched.
That's what you think.
Is he nearby enough for Tell to notice that he has appeared?
He's actually saying hi.
Oh, to Tell?
Yes.
Okay. We might want to get Aldwin a little bit down to earth.
Okay, well I don't actually need to touch him for that. I've been doing that, but that's a 150 range spell, so great Arresto.
Resto.
Alduin suddenly is stone sober.
God damn it!
We have a job to do.
It's gonna be time to sleep soon.
We have a job to do.
I would take sleep.
We have a job to do.
I just did a bunch of work.
Say, right. You're very good, Tell. We're on a job. So, who do we talk to?
I've done it already.
Oh! Well, that's even better then.
We should probably get moving though.
I agree.
Does anyone else need to sober a little?
I'm good right now. She would buy a drink for George and be like, unfortunately, my friend, enjoy that last drink on me.
Details, and then I'll let you know.
Stop
Got a
on by
job.
tomorrow if you are interested in that job.
You'll be in my thoughts. Have a good one, George.
George is the one that had the cat patch.
Yes.
Yeah, but Nakani doesn't know what Tell knows.
Yeah. Yeah. He's gonna hear that, make the connections, and go, fuck. In his brain, not out loud. He will tell you in a minute.
Yeah.
I will mention, you guys do, well, I mean, a lot of you are drinking, so there has been there's been a lot of activity going on.
Welcome back to Soberland.
Fuck you.
You can get drunk again. The festival's a week long.
But you do recall,
Yeah, I plan on being blackout for most of it.
you do recall there was a vendor who mentioned someone here that would know something about bog water.
Oh, that's right. I should have asked him. Fuck. I'm not interested in Bogwater though, so.
And his name was George.
No. I already said no to
We're not
drinking corpse
interested in
soup.
Yeah, we're not that interested in it.
You said it was, when it was described as corpse soup, Aaron was like, no.
Never mind.
I don't want to drink corpse soup.
Alright, everybody, let's go.
Not people corpse soup.
Yeah, once they are outside, Tell will fill them in quietly.
The one thing about it, Farron might have
Alright,
the least
go ahead and give me a
qualms
stealth
about
check
person.
then.
Okay. Not ideal. Bad at that. not too bad. 15.
All right. You guys kind of get close and tell.
Doesn't Pass Without Trace have like an AoE though, too?
Tell wasn't affected by it.
No,
Once.
I was pretty far away.
I don't know if it's an AoE at cost or an AoE when Farron's existed.
Because I thought that it travels with you.
We could find out.
You might be
I think it
thinking
just
of a different
applies.
spell.
I may be.
Yeah, I think it just applies to like.
It might be an AoE at the time of cost.
It may be.
Yeah, I think it is.
And Tel was a little ways away from everyone.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and he wasn't putting it on you. He put it on the mouse because the mouse was on his person
Right,
and all of his insects.
right.
So
And all of his insects.
I mean, you guys asked if
I
there was
thought
booze
it
that
was
could get
Isn't it like a choose targets one? I thought it was a choose targets, up to so many targets.
Yes.
So if you only did like your person and the insects and stuff on your person, that would make sense.
for the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you.
Okay.
So it's except the duration on this thing decided to wipe for every single spell.
It's creatures that you choose. So did you choose the rest of us to also have passive?
I mean, if you're now
effects?
within range, Mystique, then yeah.
What?
It's for the duration each creature I choose. So I can just be like, oh, yeah, you're at it
Now
now.
that they're closer.
Okay.
As long as you're within 30
So
feet of me.
that would be if Tel.
However,
You can like tack him on.
has a plus 10 bonus to dexterity, stealth checks, and
Yep.
and can't be okay.
Yep.
Hold on. No, So Pass Without Trace is much more.
Passive.
It's much more about not leaving a trail behind. But
And plus 10 to
Yeah.
sneaking.
I mean,
Yeah,
if
we'll
we're
do that.
going out and trying to go off to the
Yeah.
side to have a.
it's fine.
Private combo.
Yeah.
And look like we're not
Clandestine
having a very
conversation.
obviously secret
Yeah,
combo.
just stand
Yeah.
in a dark corner and just not seem as
Drinking!
obvious.
Don't be
So that would
suspicious.
technically be a 25 in that case.
Just don't seem as obvious
So-
as what it is.
Also, it is midnight.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get us to a point to.
Yeah, I will fill everyone in. I will also tell Nakane specifically that the cat patches were advised by me, or by the bartender to me, to steer clear of.
Got it.
Because they can keep dangerous company. I mean, I'm not going to stop you if you would like to possibly engage in criminal activity, but I don't think I am going to participate personally.
Don't you have, like, oaths?
Mm.
No.
No. No, I didn't take that, but I'm regretting that I didn't.
Oaths?
Take what?
You're a paladin, you have oaths.
The oath.
Oh, oaths.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're-
oaths. I thought you said hooves.
I did too.
Yeah, you're an oath. You're
Yeah,
an
an oath of devotion.
but it's for
I
Thanatos.
don't know what her oaths
So
mean.
of all the
Yeah.
Farron's just like, you're
an
a
oath of
paladin, you've got, like,
devotion.
some kind of
Nakane
oath.
is a paladin cosplaying a mercenary.
yeah.
So that's her background. So ear to the ground,
And this is for an hour, so yeah.
She's probably been doing
shady shit.
not
for a
quite
long,
above board
yeah,
things.
shady shit. She's been
Uh-huh.
murdering people in the name of her goddess for a long time.
Might be more information there.
Yep,
True.
exactly.
And he trusts you now, so
And Pass Without Traces for an hour. Concentration.
Can't
We
be any
probably
worse
won't
than
need
the
it for
red
a hot
oven
second.
mitt. Who was probably almost worse, I would say.
So I guess our real question, do we go looking now, or do we come back tomorrow?
Where
Well-
does he need the ale?
Shouldn't. I thought we were heading to the warehouse.
Okay?
When do you need? Yeah, we
Let's
can go
head
there
there now. Cover of darkness and all of that.
He
Oh,
owns the warehouse. He can just walk in, right? That's how ownership works.
Well, okay, but part of what I would have explained is that a lot of these warehouses are actually they're criminal warehouses where they hide stolen shit. And this particular warehouse that this ale is supposedly being kept in is guarded by invisible guards, which suggests that maybe people aren't actually allowed in there, including Hildebrandy, because his father was doing a thing.
Can you do detect magic?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can
so-
also see the invisible with my
Oh,
device.
you can just do
so.
that. I can't do that. I have to use detect magic.
All right. So you guys are going to head towards where Tell discovered the warehouse, and that is where we will leave off today.
Yes.
Is the warehouse.
He's gonna save the information about his coven possibly kidnapping people in the other Undercity for tomorrow, probably.
Tell's gonna keep that till they go to the grave.
No.
I may have killed a bunch of people, and my coven is apparently abducting people. Am I the bad guy?
Am I the bad guy? I don't think that's what's actually happening because unless there are people pretending to be my boys.
All right, so
They're just evil.
They aren't.
this is where we're going to open it up for questions from viewers. Vox, I understand if you have to take
Yeah,
off.
I should
since,
probably get out.
it
I
is
have to
late.
drive for an hour.
Did Vox write on the thing that they were supposed to write on?
What?
No.
There's a thing you need to do apparently.
That is why I didn't seal that. That explains everything. We have a card thing that we want you to sign.
Oh, okay.
For one of the giveaways.
Oh, nice. Okay. Hit, hit, hit. Woo!
Are we bad people? Is this the bad place?
Bad people, it's subjective.
This is the bad
Eldwin
place.
is not a bad people. Well, at least this Eldwin is not a bad people. There could be bad Eldwins out there.
Am I supposed to sign that as well?
Yeah.
Alderman has always been
Did you
rather
not sign it?
morality neutral.
Oh, yeah, go for it then.
I didn't know what we were doing.
Yeah.
Look, you kind of got to be a little bit morality neutral in Nakane's.
What is morale?
I signed mine with silver.
Yeah, there's a reason I ditched the alignment. It's fucking stupid. Bad, good. It's all different flavors. Yeah, so I guess I have to open with my question for all of you once again. How'd you enjoy tonight's session?
It
Great.
was fun. I'm enjoying the party, like, hearing Nakane's sly comment and going, hey, wait!
Hey, wait! That was a horny that came out of your mouth.
Oh,
Nakane falls under
woman?
the description of horny flirt drunk.
Yeah.
I decided that would be really funny, like,
It is
contract for...
Years ago, in fact.
Yeah. Years ago, I've had this plan when Jake announced that one of our things was going to be Festival of Holy Water. I was like, oh, good. I can finally enact my plan. The Nakane might not be as prudish and shy as she comes off to be.
I greatly appreciated the bar fight, such a wonderful use of the wild surge.
That was very good.
I just do the thing where I collect dice at the end of the session, so the next session. So
What?
I started this session with disadvantage from last week, and I start the next week with advantage from this week.
Oh. I didn't realize you had...
Yeah, I got one after I deceived the person into believing that wood elves just can
Oh.
summon women.
Very good. Can just summon ladies.
Damn good party trick.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was really fun.
All
I
right.
liked being an investigator. I'm playing... Jake, have I told you about my Venom D&D character?
No.
Where I literally took Marvel's Venom and Eddie Brock and made him into a D&D character.
I love that.
And he's an investigative journalist. So, like, the man's a himbo. He cannot do anything ever unless it's to investigate. That's his whole thing. And then he's got a symbiote. We're playing an Eberron. So he's got a symbiote screaming in his brain all the time.
I was going to say, I don't think you might not have been here for that, but we ran a one-shot where they fought a symbiote in my world.
Ooh. Maybe Jareth will appear in the world at some point.
All right, so if we have no other questions...
Oh, I turned him
A
into
different Jareth, I see.
I turned him into a David Bowie also on accident. Because he's also a changeling. His real name is Bo. Ward calls him Bowie. But he goes by Jareth. And Ward, his symbiote's favorite food is goblins.
Eldwin's son is named Jareth.
Good!
It's canon now!
Oh boy.
All right.
But he's a dragonborn.
Yeah, not a changeling. Not the
mean,
same guy.
You do
you
know
sure?
how changelings exist. All right, so we are going to raid Hero Zone, who is currently playing
Alright.
D&D.
Okay, I'm gonna go take care of food. Everybody have a good night.
Are time
Wait on
paradoxes
that.
a possible
Erica.
issue in your universe given all of the
I'm gonna
Eldwin
get more.
shenanigans?
No,
Oh, okay.
not
If
necessarily.
we get bored. 'cause I'm
Uh,
gonna first. I'm gonna grab
That's a
my phone.
whole paper I wrote on how time travel works.
A whole
So no,
paper.
paradoxes do not work. Do not happen. At least not in the original sense. And honestly, the best way to think about time travel in my world: Dragon Ball Z. Infinite parallel universes, all of different times, different events can take place. There's an infinite number of plane or different timelines that they can jump to.
And
Literally,
most of them are undergoing an apocalypse.
yeah. So it's actually very dangerous to travel through time, because you might show up and the world's just barren.
Okay.
Get out of here.
I'm going.
Go.
I'm leaving most of my dice.
But anyway, we're raiding now.
Yeah.
See you all maybe Tuesday.
Bye, everybody.
At least next week, hopefully.
I
Bye.
will be here next week.
Okay.